There's something quietly off about your life. Not enough to stop you in your tracks, but just enough that, deep down, you feel it. You've followed the advice. You've worked on yourself. You've set goals, visualized outcomes, recited affirmations, and tried to raise your vibration. And still, the breakthrough never arrives. Not really. Not in the way you know it should have by now. Here's the truth. You're tuned to the wrong timeline, and you don't even know it. This isn't metaphysical fluff. This is energetic architecture, and you're living in a blueprint that your conscious mind never actually agreed to. A life built on outdated programming, emotional residue, invisible influences, and deeply embedded subconscious signals you didn't know you were sending. And the cost of staying here? It's enormous. In this series, we're not here to sprinkle mindset glitter or sell you some grand awakening pitch. You've heard that before. What we're doing is something far more grounded, far more penetrating, and far more unsettling. We're going to uncover why your reality isn't matching your intentions. We're going to expose the hidden signal your subconscious has been broadcasting without your consent. We're going to trace the origins of your current frequency and show how it was installed like malware into your identity. And more importantly, we're going to guide you in tuning to a different timeline. One that was always yours, but got buried under years of noise, loops, and vibrational interference. This isn't about motivation. This is about deprogramming. It's about exposing the precise mechanics of your stuckness. It's about finally accessing the version of your life that already exists, and bringing it into view by aligning your field, not forcing outcomes. In the chapters ahead, you're going to learn how your subconscious is not just passively reacting to life, but actively selecting which version of life you experience. Why your timeline keeps snapping back to the same frustrations, the same lack, the same emotional atmosphere, no matter what actions you take. How your energetic signal was shaped in childhood, not by what happened, but by the frequency your nervous system adapted to. The real reason affirmations, journaling, and visualization don't work unless you broadcast the correct signal first. Why others around you are subtly anchoring you to their timelines, and how to break that influence for good. How your sleep cycles, daily rituals, and identity-level beliefs determine whether you're attracting a version of life that fits, or one that just repeats. And ultimately, how to sever your old timeline without collapsing your world, and tune to the signal of the future that's already trying to reach you. Each segment of this series builds on the last. Every idea connects directly to your current experience of reality. And every shift you make in frequency will begin to reflect in unexpected, often surreal physical results. But this is not instant gratification. You are not going to flip a switch. You're going to tune a signal. That's a key distinction. Because you are not manifesting a new life. You're aligning with a timeline that already exists. It's right next to you, just on a different vibrational channel. This first chapter opens the gateway. It's called, Welcome to the Glitch. Are you living a timeline that was never yours? And once you hear what we're about to show you, your current reality will never look the same again. Let's begin. There's a silence in your life that doesn't feel peaceful. It's the silence of things not clicking into place. No matter how much you try, you might have relationships that constantly feel misaligned. You might have goals that inch forward but never explode into motion. You might even have internal growth, deep insights, emotional healing, clarity, and still feel like nothing on the outside truly reflects the changes. You're not imagining it. You're living in a glitch, a subtle one, a timeline that mimics the shape of your potential but lacks the core frequency of who you really are. It gives you breadcrumbs of progress, just enough to stay hopeful but not enough to break free. This is not failure. It's not laziness. And it's not sabotage. It's a mismatch. The life you are currently living was selected, but not by your conscious mind. Not fully. Not intentionally. This life was shaped by the frequencies you were entrained to absorb as a child. It was molded by the emotional climate of your early environment. The stress patterns, the approval wiring, the self-worth associations. All of it combined to create a vibrational template, a signature that your subconscious locked onto and began broadcasting without your awareness. And here's the kicker. Your subconscious doesn't care what you want. It only knows what feels familiar. So if chaos, doubt, scarcity, or emotional inconsistency were normal growing up, your signal adapted to that baseline. It became your home frequency, even if it's misaligned, even if it hurts, even if your conscious mind rejects it. Your subconscious says, this is what we know. This is what we attract. This is safe. And that's what it builds your timeline around. Now take a moment here. Look at your life through that lens. Don't judge. Just observe. Does it feel like you've plateaued below what you sense is possible? Are you surrounded by repetition? The same challenges, the same patterns, the same emotional echoes, dressed in new situations? Do you ever get the sense that something better is just beyond your grasp, yet strangely unreachable? This is the timeline glitch. It isn't random, and you didn't choose it. Not with clarity, not with intention. You were tuned into it, and now you're living inside the resonance field of that signal. So let's call this for what it is. You are not broken. You are not blocked. You are tuned in to the wrong timeline. And this tuning is not metaphorical. It's electromagnetic. It's psychological. It's neurological. And it's entirely alterable once you understand the mechanics. In quantum theory, timelines are not linear pathways. They're vibrational bands, frequencies of experience that already exist simultaneously. You're not climbing a staircase toward some future life. You're tuning a dial toward a different band of reality. And the dial? It's your dominant frequency, the one broadcasted by your subconscious, not your conscious affirmations, not your vision board, not your goals. Now here's where it gets even deeper. You can only perceive and interact with the version of reality that matches the frequency you're currently sending out. That means the opportunities you can't see, the people who aren't finding you, the ideas that don't occur to you, they aren't missing. You're just tuned in to the version of reality where they don't exist. This is the glitch. It's not in the world. It's in your signal. And your signal is not static. It's a dynamic field shaped by your identity, your beliefs, your nervous system, your emotions, and your expectations. All of it adds up to a code, a broadcast that tells reality what version of life you're a match for. So when you look around and feel like something's off, it's not because you're not trying hard enough. It's because your current signal is tuned to a version of life you don't actually belong in. But you've been living there so long, you've started calling it home. This chapter has shown you the first uncomfortable truth. You might be living a version of your life that was never actually meant for you. You didn't choose it, you adapted to it. And that adaptation locked in a frequency you've been carrying like an invisible cage. Now, the question becomes, what's controlling that signal? What's actually broadcasting it right now without your knowledge? Next, we will expose the silent transmitter behind the scenes. It's been making decisions on your behalf, shaping your relationships, finances, health, and self-worth, while keeping you tuned to the wrong channel. It's not mystical. It's your subconscious. And it's time to understand how it works. You've just uncovered the possibility that you might be living in a timeline that wasn't consciously chosen, a reality shaped by frequencies that do not reflect who you truly are. Now comes the question that cuts straight to the root. What is generating that frequency right now? Because if your current timeline is a result of your signal, then the only way out is to locate and take ownership of what's producing that signal in the first place. That hidden mechanism is not theoretical. It's active. It's continuous. It's running even as you hear this. And here's the core truth. Your subconscious mind is a transmitter. It's not a metaphorical one. It sends out real energy. Thought, belief, expectation. These aren't just abstract concepts. They're patterns. Measurable, influential, and received by the field around you like a coded message. That message has one function: to maintain coherence, to keep your internal signal matched with your external world. So when you hear phrases like, your vibe attracts your tribe, that's not fluff, it's literal. Your subconscious transmits a field based on internal data, and reality organizes itself around the dominant broadcast. Let's go deeper. You are not primarily guided by thoughts. You are guided by patterns of electrical and emotional intensity that your nervous system has learned to prioritize. And the key thing here is that most of these patterns were developed before you ever had the cognitive capacity to question them. That means your most defining expectations about money, love, success, struggle, possibility, and your place in the world, all of them were likely downloaded and stored years before you even understood language. Now, those signals are still running, and they don't just whisper in the background, they govern the show. Here's how this works in practical terms. Let's say your subconscious carries a frequency signature that says, "Nothing ever lasts. If I succeed, I'll lose it. People always let me down." Even if your conscious mind writes new goals, recites new beliefs, and tries to create a new life, your dominant signal is still that emotional code. And the field doesn't respond to the words you say. It responds to the frequency you broadcast. So you may take action, but those actions are encoded with your baseline. You may try to create wealth, but your signature says, "Loss is inevitable." You may try to open up to love, but your signal reads, "Trust is dangerous." You may try to stand out, but your frequency says, "Visibility leads to pain." Every decision, then, becomes a translation of that inner signal. Not a free choice, a vibrational echo. Let's go even further. The subconscious is constantly prioritizing familiarity over alignment. If you grew up in emotional chaos, unpredictability feels like home. If you grew up around scarcity, ease feels suspicious. If you adapted to rejection, validation feels unsafe. So what you subconsciously seek out are experiences that match the internal broadcast. And when something shows up that doesn't match the frequency, even if it's exactly what you want, it will feel wrong, unsafe, alien. This is why people sabotage. Not because they don't want better, but because better doesn't feel compatible. It's out of sync. And the subconscious is wired to protect coherence, not potential. So when you say you want transformation, but your subconscious is still broadcasting, "I am not safe to receive it," then transformation won't happen. Not because you're failing, but because your signal is being honored. Let's bring clarity to the core mechanics. Every thought carries a frequency, but not all frequencies become your dominant signal. Only emotionally reinforced, repetitively encoded, and identity-rooted signals become your dominant broadcast. This is why repeating affirmations or setting conscious intentions alone rarely shifts your reality, because they haven't touched the identity-based frequency signature that your subconscious is using as the blueprint. Now pause and ask, what are you broadcasting right now? Are you broadcasting need or sufficiency? Are you broadcasting survival or trust? Are you broadcasting hope or embodiment? You'll know by looking at the themes in your life. What types of people do you attract? What patterns keep looping? What emotions feel the most familiar, even when unwanted? Those are not random. They are frequency responses. Even your reactions are coded into the broadcast. If you respond to possibility with fear, the field hears the fear, not the possibility. If you respond to support with resistance, the field hears resistance, not support. And so, life keeps delivering experiences that validate your most practiced signal. This isn't to shame your signal. It's to expose that you're not broken, you're consistent. And that's good news, because consistency can be redirected. But first, you must stop lying to yourself about what you're actually broadcasting. Now let's clarify one more layer. There is a major difference between what you consciously want and what your subconscious expects. And the field responds to the latter. Desire doesn't lead the signal. Expectation does. If you say, "I am abundant but expect bills, crisis, and shortage," the field will deliver shortage. If you say, "I attract love but expect abandonment or betrayal," the field will deliver chaos. So to change your timeline, you don't need better desires. You need different expectations. And expectations are not mental. They are felt, rooted, stored, trained into your system. This means your next level isn't a mystery. It's simply outside the current range of your broadcast. And here's the key shift. You don't change your life by chasing new outcomes. You change your life by changing your signal. Your reality bends to the frequency you stabilize in. And that stability, that broadcast, lives in your subconscious. So now that you know your signal is shaping everything around you, the next step is clear. We need to locate the origin of the signal. Where was it first encoded? Who installed it? And why has it been running without your conscious input? Next, we will trace the signal back to its source, your early environment, and expose how your timeline was hijacked before you ever had a choice. Let's go deeper. Now that you understand your subconscious is silently broadcasting a signal, and that signal is choosing your reality, it's time to ask, where did that signal come from? Because you weren't born broken. You weren't born doubtful. You didn't arrive here afraid to speak, hesitant to move, or cautious about dreaming. So why are you living like that now? The truth is simple and stunning. Your original timeline was hijacked, and it happened long before you ever had a chance to say yes or no. Let's get brutally honest. By the time you were 7, the foundation of your subconscious signal was already encoded. That signal is made of emotional responses, traumas, big and small, repetitive phrases you heard from adults, unmet needs you normalized, moments of confusion you never got to resolve, patterns you absorbed through osmosis, not choice. And without realizing it, these early imprints became your default broadcast, your autopilot frequency, and that's what's running the show now. Not logic, not motivation, not affirmations. Loops. Let's call this what it is. Timeline hijacking. It doesn't happen all at once. It happens in micro moments that leave lasting echoes. A parent saying you're too sensitive. A teacher mocking your ideas. A moment of abandonment that made safety feel conditional. Being praised only when you achieved, not when you existed. And over time, these moments taught your subconscious. This is the signal I must broadcast to survive. So you started looping. Stay quiet to stay safe. Don't shine too brightly. Connection is earned, not given. Don't ask for too much. If you fail, you are shame. If you're successful, they'll leave. These aren't beliefs. They're vibrational locks coded into your energetic field. And they've been silently choosing your timeline ever since. But now you're aware. So we begin to decode. Let's examine how timeline hijacking shows up and how to break its grip. The loop of safety over expansion. This is one of the most common hijacks. As a child, if emotional safety was unpredictable, your nervous system learned. It's safer to shrink than to risk attention. So now, even when opportunities show up, you pull back. You say, it's not the right time. I need to be more prepared. What if I mess it up? I'll do it later. But those aren't logical thoughts. They're emotional echoes. Your subconscious is scanning for anything that feels like early threat and broadcasting a frequency of delay to avoid it. That's why you loop. It's not fear of failure. It's fear of emotional repetition. Break it by saying, my safety is not in staying small. My safety is in staying aligned. Then act even if your nervous system shakes. That's the signal interrupt. The loop of earning connection. If you were only seen when you succeeded, or only loved when you were useful, you may now live inside the loop of performative identity. You'll overwork, overgive, overprove, overpromise. Not because you want to, but because your field still believes. I must earn my place here. So your frequency broadcasts conditional worth. And reality mirrors it. Relationships where you do all the emotional labor. Jobs that use you but don't promote you. People who take and vanish. Exhaustion masked as loyalty. These loops are not accidents. They're unhealed frequencies replaying childhood scripts. Break it by saying, my value is not in how much I produce, but in how fully I embody who I am. Then start saying no. Start resting. Start receiving. You'll feel guilty at first, that's detox. Keep going. Let's go deeper. The loop of emotional reenactment. One of the most painful hijacks is this. When you couldn't process a childhood emotion. Abandonment, shame, rejection, confusion. Your subconscious tries to recreate it in adulthood. Why? Because it wants resolution. But it only knows repetition. So you subconsciously attract situations that mirror the old wound, hoping this time it'll go differently. But it rarely does, because your field is still broadcasting the unhealed identity. This is why people keep ending up in the same relationships. Why jobs always feel the same. Why lessons keep repeating. Not because you're cursed. Because your timeline was hijacked by an unresolved signal. You're still trying to finish an emotional sentence that was never allowed to complete. Break it by saying, "This feeling is old. I don't need to repeat it to resolve it. I can release it now, even if I never got closure." Then sit with the original emotion. Feel it fully. Name it. Don't run. That moment of presence breaks the broadcast loop. The loop of inherited belief systems. Some signals aren't even yours. They came from culture, religion, generational trauma, ancestral beliefs, media scripts you absorbed as truth. These beliefs may sound like, "Money is hard to get. People always leave. I'll never belong. Someone like me doesn't get to have that. If you're spiritual, you can't be rich. If you're successful, you'll be alone." These are borrowed frequencies, and they're extremely sticky because they came wrapped in love, loyalty, or fear. To reject them can feel like betrayal, but to keep them is to live someone else's life. Say, "I release all frequencies that didn't originate from my truth. I do not have to carry inherited pain." Then pause. Notice the silence. That space for your real signal to return. So here's what you've learned. Your childhood didn't just shape your personality. Programmed your frequency. That frequency became the default selector for the timeline you're on now. You've been repeating loops not because you failed, but because your subconscious was trying to stay safe or get resolution. Those loops became your normal, and reality mirrored them so perfectly, you forgot they weren't chosen. But now you remember, and because you remember, you are no longer obligated to broadcast what was installed in fear, silence, or confusion. You get to choose again. Let's lock in the truth. You are not your childhood imprint. You are not your first trauma. You are not your parents' survival story. You are not the loop you never meant to repeat. You are not the code someone else wrote for you. You are the signal, and that signal is rewritable. Next, we go even deeper. Now that you've seen how your programming hijacked your timeline, you're ready to face the ultimate question. Are your decisions even yours? Or are they just old code running in the background, disguised as choice? We're about to expose that illusion and reprogram it. So you've uncovered the hijack. You've seen how early imprints, childhood loops, and unresolved echoes have silently dictated your energetic broadcast. But now comes a deeper disruption, one that may shake your entire sense of self. What if the choices you call yours never actually were? What if your so-called decisions were simply responses triggered by invisible programming? What if free will isn't what you think it is, and the reality you're living is the result of repeating code that never got questioned? Because the truth is this: most people are not choosing their life, they're replaying it. Let's break this illusion down. From the moment you wake up, you follow patterns, the way you reach for your phone, the type of thoughts you think, the exact flavor of stress you expect, the language you use, the emotional tone you default to, and all of it feels automatic. Why? Because your subconscious mind runs 95% of your behavior. That's not a metaphor, it's biology. The subconscious is a high-speed pattern recognition engine. Its job isn't to grow you, it's to keep you familiar. Which means this: your brain doesn't choose what's best. It chooses what feels known, even if that known is sabotaging your timeline. Let's look at how this shows up. Decision fatigue or pre-installed script. You think you're making hundreds of choices per day, but how many are truly authored and how many are just loop activations? Examples: you choose not to speak up in the meeting, but it's the same freeze response from age 9 when your voice was mocked. You decide to take the safer job offer, but it's the same survival instinct from your parents' scarcity coding. You choose to end the relationship, but it's just the replay of abandonment before it happens to you. None of these are wrong, but let's call them what they are: emotionally coded decisions disguised as conscious thought. And unless you decode them, you'll live your life in reaction to history, not in response to vision. Let's now break the illusion one layer at a time. 1. The familiarity trap. Your subconscious prefers what it can predict. So if chaos was common growing up, you'll seek it out without realizing it. This means you'll feel off in calm spaces. You'll mistrust peace. You'll sabotage simplicity. You'll create tension to feel alive. Not because you want to suffer, but because your subconscious thinks, at least I know how to handle this. This isn't free will. It's a comfort-based override of your higher timeline. Say this aloud. I no longer chase what's familiar. I create what aligns, even if it feels new. That's how you start reprogramming. 2. Logic as a cover for fear. Another illusion, the belief that your decisions are rational. You think, I'm being realistic. I'm just thinking it through. It's not the right time. Better safe than sorry. But often, logic is just fear in a tuxedo. It wears the outfit of reason to mask the vibration of hesitation. So ask, is this decision expanding my field or contracting it? Am I choosing this from peace or from avoidance? Is this idea alive or is it already dead before I start? If it contracts, avoids, or deflates, it's not logic. It's code. Interrupt it. Say, I don't obey fear dressed as common sense. I choose resonance over repetition. Then move even if your brain screams. That scream is your old timeline throwing a tantrum. Ignore it. 3. The internalized narrator. You're not alone in your head. There's a voice, a narrator, that tells you what's happening, what's possible, what's probable, what's safe. But that voice was assembled. It's a mosaic of parents, teachers, culture, trauma, ego. And now it runs like a loop. You're too much. This won't work. People like you don't do this. It's already been done. No one cares. Be realistic. These phrases are not thoughts. They're scripts. And they don't originate from truth. They originate from installation. Break the loop. Say, this thought is not me. It's a leftover program. I now choose a higher narrator. Then replace it. Literally. Install a new internal voice one sentence at a time. That's not fantasy. That's neural recoding. Let's now shift from exposure to transformation. How to reclaim real choice. If most of your life is automated, then your liberation depends on manual interruption. Here's how to do it for real. Step 1. Pause before response. When triggered, pause. Not for hours, just for 3 seconds. Ask, is this a rerun? Is this voice mine? Does this choice expand or contract me? That pause becomes a portal. It breaks the loop. Step 2. Choose against the pattern. Whatever you usually do, do the opposite. You usually explain, stay silent. You usually run, stay. You usually shrink, expand. You usually say maybe, say no or yes. Pattern interruption isn't always comfortable, but it's always clarifying, because you finally get to feel what you would choose without the ghost of your programming interfering. Step 3. Anchor the new signal. Every time you choose differently, lock it in. Say aloud, this is the new signal. I confirm this as my truth. Speak it, feel it, live it. That's how you stabilize a timeline upgrade. Let's review what you've now remembered. You are not your automatic responses. Most decisions are just historical echoes. Logic is often a mask for fear. The narrator in your head was trained, not chosen. Real choice begins with pause, disruption, and anchoring. Your power returns when you question your defaults. And this realization is seismic. You have more power than you ever believed, but only if you stop outsourcing it to your old code. Next, now that you've remembered how much of your life is being selected by vibrational scripts, you're ready to face what lies beyond. Other timelines, other realities, other versions of you already living what you thought was impossible. They're real, and they're accessible. We're about to prove it. By now, you've confronted the uncomfortable truth that much of what you call choice is just old programming in motion, frequencies that shape your world without your awareness. So here's the next level of realization. You're not stuck because the future doesn't exist. You're stuck because you're only tuned to one version of it. There are multiple versions of your life already running, like radio stations on different frequencies, and you're only hearing one channel. Let's get specific. In quantum field theory, there is no single future. There are infinite possible trajectories, each one activated by different vibrational signatures. Every time you shift your internal frequency, you gain access to a different version of reality. Not metaphorically, mechanically. This means the version of you who already built the business, she exists. The one who feels deeply loved and safe, he exists. The one who lives in full creative expression, untethered to fear, already present. But you don't experience them because you're not matching their frequency. Here's the mechanism behind it. Each timeline has a vibrational signature, a unique combination of emotion, belief, identity, behavior, and expectation. These signatures don't just influence what you attract. They define what you can perceive. That's why when you're in lack, abundance feels fictional. When you're in fear, opportunity looks risky. When you're in pain, joy seems unreachable. You're still surrounded by those timelines. You just can't receive them from your current signal. Think of it this way. Reality is like a quantum operating system, and each timeline is a file. Your frequency is the access key. If you don't have the key, the file stays invisible. It doesn't disappear. It just remains locked to your perception. This destroys the myth that you're waiting for the right moment. You're not waiting. You're blocking. And you're blocking not because you're wrong or broken, but because your signal is tuned to a bandwidth that doesn't include the reality you want. Yet, let's look at what this means practically. Say your dominant frequency is shaped by doubt, urgency, and performance. From that place, you'll align with timelines where success feels hard-earned and fleeting. Relationships require proving your worth. Rest triggers guilt. But just one shift, stabilizing into a frequency of worthiness and trust, will bring different timelines online. Clients appear without force. Connections form without drama. Time expands. The world around you seems to change. But what actually changed was your signal. This is not magic. It's energetic logic. And the implications are profound. It means you don't need to build your dream life from scratch. You need to tune into the version of you who's already living it and sync up. This is called vibrational alignment, and it works like a tuning fork. You don't chase. You don't manifest. You don't beg. You adjust your field, and the matching timeline reveals itself. And once it becomes visible, opportunities begin to show up that were always there, just hidden from your signal. This also explains why trying harder rarely works. Trying is often driven by urgency, and urgency is a low-frequency signal. So even as you apply effort, the timeline you're locked into is one of struggle. You reinforce the very thing you're trying to escape. Effort is not the lever. Frequency is. Now let's clarify something important. You're not in control of all timelines, but you are responsible for the ones your field is capable of receiving. That's your domain. And the number of accessible realities expands dramatically when you raise your energetic signature. Which means your growth is not just about outcomes, it's about bandwidth. So ask yourself, what timeline are you currently matching? And more importantly, which one are you ignoring because it feels too good to be true? That's usually the one that's most real, because your resistance is the signal of its proximity. Now that you've grasped the structure of parallel timelines, you're ready for the next leap. You're not just aware of these other lives. You can start moving between them, not in theory but neurologically. Next, we will explore how your brain is wired to jump timelines and what happens when it does. You've now seen the structure. Multiple timelines exist. Each one carries its own energetic signature. And the only reason you're not living the version of life you sense is possible is because you're not currently matching its frequency. But here's what changes everything. You can shift timelines. not through wishful thinking, not through fantasy, but through a neurological recalibration of identity and expectation. Timeline jumping is not esoteric. It's biological, it's psychological, and it happens more often than you think. Let's break this down. Your brain is a prediction engine. Every second, it's constructing reality based on signals from your nervous system, your past experiences, and your emotional memory. That means you're not seeing reality, you're seeing a projection of what your brain expects to see. And those expectations determine which version of reality your system allows you to access. Now here's the key. When you change what your brain expects, you shift the version of reality it makes available to you. That's a timeline jump. The process is measurable. Neurologically, it involves the rewiring of prediction circuits, a change in your brain's default settings. Energetically, it's the collapse of one vibrational field and the stabilization of a new one. Experientially, it feels like an identity upgrade, one where old behaviors no longer make sense and new opportunities begin to appear out of nowhere. This is not metaphorical. Let's say you've spent years living in a timeline of struggle, where nothing comes without force, where you're always behind, where self-worth is conditional. Over time, your brain adapts. It builds a predictive map that expects resistance. You don't just feel stuck, your neurology makes sure that everything filters through that model. Now suppose you begin to shift internally. You start choosing differently. You catch and interrupt the loops. You regulate your nervous system out of the fear response. You begin to embody the version of you who belongs in a different frequency band. Your brain starts to question its old map. And when the predictive model collapses, a new one forms. Suddenly, the version of reality that previously felt out of reach starts to become normal. Synchronicities increase. Opportunities arrive. Energy patterns change. That's not magic. That's a successful timeline shift. Here's a key point most people miss. You don't need to change your external world first. You need to disrupt the internal neurological continuity that maintains your current timeline. If your brain expects the same emotional outcome, you get the same timeline. Shift the expectation and the field reorganizes. Let's bring this into clear steps. Step 1. Interrupt the pattern. You notice a recurring choice, one tied to your current identity. Could be over-apologizing, avoiding risk, staying small, tolerating chaos. You stop mid-act. You freeze the pattern. This is the first break in continuity. Step 2. Anchor a new state. Now, instead of reacting, you choose alignment. You breathe. You self-regulate. You ask, what version of me would not engage with this? And you hold that signal long enough to feel unfamiliar. This creates a neurological mismatch and the brain takes notice. Step 3. Expect something new. Here's where most people fail. They change the action but keep the same emotional expectation, which pulls them back into the old loop. You must consciously expect something different. Not hope, not wish, not pretend. Expect. That expectation is the signal your nervous system uses to rewire its model. At first, this feels unnatural. You'll have moments where the old identity claws at you. It will tempt you to return to the familiar. It will call the new path fake, forced, or premature. That's good. That's a sign you've activated the jump. Because your subconscious doesn't resist what it already owns. It only resists what's trying to break the timeline. This brings us to a critical principle. The greater the discomfort, the closer you are to the jump point. Timeline shifts require identity dissonance. You must reach a point where the old version of you feels impossible to maintain. That's not collapse. It's transformation. Now, once you cross that threshold, once your nervous system stabilizes in the new identity, you don't just see life differently. You attract differently. You speak differently. You feel drawn to different people, different environments, different thoughts. And most importantly, the resistance vanishes. Because the signal changed. And the field reflects that change. This is how people who suddenly changed their lives did it. Not by grinding harder, but by changing the signal at the level of identity. The brain updated its prediction map, and the field responded. So here's the key takeaway. You don't have to fix your current life. You have to shift your signal to access a better one. And that shift starts in your neurology. Now that you understand the science behind timeline jumping, the next question is this: why do so many people try and still fail to experience real change? It's not because they're lazy. It's because they haven't addressed the most common reason jumps fail. Next, we will confront the single most critical issue holding people back, frequency mismatch, and why your desired reality is rejecting your signal. You've just seen how timeline jumping is not a mystical anomaly, but a predictable neurological and vibrational event. Yet here's the hard truth. Most people never complete the jump. They get stuck mid-transition. They start with excitement, clarity, and intention, and then stall out. They try to shift, but nothing holds. They get a taste of change, but can't stabilize. So what's happening? It's a frequency mismatch. The single most overlooked reason your reality hasn't changed yet. Let's define this clearly. Frequency mismatch means your internal signal and your desired reality are not compatible. It's like tuning your radio to 89.3 FM and expecting to hear what's on 105.7. It doesn't matter how badly you want it. If you're not broadcasting the right signal, it's not coming through. This happens because most people try to leap into new realities with old signals. They bring old beliefs into new plans. They bring old fears into new relationships. They bring old expectations into new ventures. And then they wonder why the new life doesn't stick. It doesn't stick because the signal underneath the change didn't change. Here's the most brutal form of frequency mismatch: wanting something with your conscious mind, while expecting the opposite with your subconscious field. That gap between desire and expectation becomes a vibrational distortion, confuses the field, and so the field mirrors back confusion, delay, inconsistency. This explains why surface-level changes fail. You move to a new city but recreate the same struggles. You enter a new relationship but repeat old wounds. You start a new job but attract the same dysfunction. The container changed. The frequency didn't. And reality always obeys frequency. Let's break this into components. Your frequency is made of 5 core layers. Beliefs, what you hold to be true, often unconsciously. Emotions, your dominant emotional set point. Identity, who you think you are and what you think you deserve. Behavior, how you act and what you tolerate. Expectation, what you anticipate, even if you don't admit it. If any of those are out of sync with your desired timeline, the match fails. And the jump collapses. Here's what people often do wrong. They upgrade behavior but keep an outdated identity. They shift beliefs but carry unhealed emotional states. They visualize abundance but expect rejection. That's mismatch. And mismatch repels alignment. Let's look at an example. You want to build a thriving creative business. You take all the right actions. But underneath, your core identity is still, no one really sees my value. That identity leaks into your tone, your boundaries, your presence. Clients don't respond. You get minimal traction. And your nervous system starts interpreting that as proof that you're not cut out for it. When in truth, the frequency mismatch is the issue, not your talent. Now here's where it gets more subtle. Frequency mismatch isn't just personal. It's contextual. Sometimes you step into a new space, but your signal still carries the echo of the old space. So even though you've left the relationship, the job, the environment, the energetic imprint lingers. And you vibrate at the level of your past, not your potential. This is why healing is not enough. Awareness is not enough. Even action is not enough. You must recalibrate your dominant signal. That means upgrading your baseline emotional state, subconscious identity, core expectations, daily micro-behaviors. All of that sends a message to the field. All of that either matches your timeline or blocks it. Let's talk stabilization. When you shift into a higher frequency, the field starts testing coherence. It doesn't test your worth. It tests your stability. You'll be offered situations that echo the old timeline. Not to punish you, but to see if you'll respond from the new signal. If you do, your timeline holds. If you don't, the jump collapses. This is why consistency matters more than intensity. One aligned choice, repeated, stabilizes a new frequency. And that's what the field is waiting for. Here's the action point. You must audit your life through the lens of signal match. Ask, does this thought match my desired identity? Does this emotion support the version of me I'm becoming? Does this environment reflect the timeline I claim to be on? Does this behavior align with the energy of my future? If not, upgrade it. Not because you're fixing yourself, but because you're syncing your broadcast with the life that's already waiting. Now that you've identified the real cause of stuckness, the misalignment between your inner frequency and the timeline you're trying to access, you're ready to understand something deeper. Why your timeline keeps snapping back like a rubber band, no matter how much progress you make. Next, we will uncover the hidden anchor pulling you back to the old life, and how to release it for good. You've now uncovered the core issue behind why most attempts at transformation fail: frequency mismatch. And yet, even when you start to get that alignment right, even when you manage to catch a glimpse of the life you've been trying to reach, something strange happens. You snap back. Not always immediately, but over time, slowly or suddenly, your momentum dissolves. Your energy collapses. Your habits revert. Your external results begin mirroring the old reality again. You wonder, why can't I hold the shift? Why does this always happen? This is the timeline snapback effect. And the reason behind it is what we're going to expose now: the quantum lock-in mechanism. Let's make this unmistakably clear. Even after you align your frequency, even after you begin to embody a new signal, your system doesn't just erase the old one. Instead, it checks for durability. It runs consistency tests, and unless you've neutralized the anchor, it pulls you back. That anchor is the part of your identity still linked to the former version of reality. Here's what that looks like. You've changed your routine, but not your narrative. You've changed your environment, but not your emotional memory. You've changed your behavior, but not your reflexive reaction under stress. That leftover signal becomes a gravitational field, and it's strong. So even as you expand, the old timeline exerts pressure. It doesn't want to be erased. It wants to reintegrate. This is not because the universe is testing you. This is because your neural pathways are wired for emotional familiarity. And what's familiar always competes with what's aligned, until the old pattern is fully cleared. That's the quantum lock-in. Let's get specific. Every timeline you've ever lived has a vibrational memory bank stored in your nervous system. It's made up of the thoughts you repeated most, the emotional tones you normalized, the choices you made on autopilot, the roles you played, the reactions you used to protect yourself. These memories form a self-sustaining field. And when you try to leave it, even for something better, the field responds like a stretched rubber band. The more tension you create by moving away from it, the stronger the recoil if that tension is not fully resolved. So what causes the snapback? The primary cause is incomplete identity integration. When you begin shifting to a higher timeline, you're not just changing habits. You're stepping into a version of self that contradicts your historical self-concept. That conflict creates cognitive, emotional, and energetic pressure. And if that pressure isn't metabolized, meaning fully processed and replaced with something coherent, your system reverts to the familiar identity to relieve the tension. Here's an example. You begin showing up as someone confident, visible, and decisive. People respond. New opportunities arise. The field starts to shift. But deep down, your inner child still associates visibility with danger. It still believes confidence gets punished. It still fears being seen too much or too brightly. That part of you becomes activated. And suddenly, you feel off. You second guess. You pull back. Your body contracts. The rubber band yanks you back into invisibility. Not because you failed, because the previous identity wasn't integrated. It was overridden, not rewritten. So let's break this down even further. The quantum lock-in functions across 3 planes. 1. Emotional familiarity. Your body is used to a certain feeling. It knows how to live in guilt, scarcity, anxiety, or proving energy. When you start feeling peace or joy, it doesn't know what to do. It interprets the new state as a threat to stability and pulls you back. 2. Social anchors. Your environment is still calibrated to your former self. People expect you to be who you were. They reflect the old signal. They reinforce the old rules. And if you don't update the energetic agreement, you stay bound to the past. 3. Energetic inertia. Every choice you've repeated has weight. That weight accumulates. And unless it's consciously cleared, it creates resistance to acceleration. It doesn't stop you from moving forward, it just makes forward feel unnatural. So you slow down until you stop. Now, let's be clear, the snapback isn't inevitable. But avoiding it requires intentional work on stabilizing identity. And that means closing the back doors to your old timeline. You can't keep one foot in comfort and one foot in evolution. You must shift the internal agreement of who you are. Without that, you'll stretch forward, but always return. This is why momentary breakthroughs often lead to relapses. You hit a new income bracket, then overspend. You feel emotionally free, then get entangled again. You finally feel empowered, then shrink in the face of pressure. This isn't random. It's the gravitational field of a timeline you haven't fully exited. So how do you break the lock? Here are the key steps. Step 1. Identify the emotional home. What is the dominant emotional frequency of your old timeline? Is it fear, proving, control, rejection? Label it. Then ask, what do I gain by returning to this state? That insight reveals the payoff and the belief keeping you bound. Step 2. Interrupt the collapse ritual. Every snapback has a ritual. It might be overthinking, doom scrolling, self-isolation, impulsive spending, or distraction. Interrupt the sequence before it completes. Catch it in real time. Create a different action pattern that disrupts the energetic loop. Step 3. Anchor the new identity viscerally. Don't just think about the new self. Feel their presence. Behave as them in mundane choices. Speak from their energy even when uncomfortable. This rewires your identity into your body, not just your thoughts. Let's be honest, this process is confronting, because the snapback always reveals what's still unresolved. But that's the gift. Every recoil is showing you where to reinforce your field. Every fallback is highlighting the next identity fracture to heal. And the more you meet those moments with clarity, the less power they hold. Eventually, the old timeline loses its grip, because it's no longer being fed. The signal dies, the anchors dissolve, and suddenly, you're no longer trying to hold the shift holds itself. You wake up one day and realize you haven't snapped back in weeks. The low-level anxiety is gone. The old patterns haven't appeared. The reflexive behaviors have stopped. You didn't fight them. You just tuned out of the frequency they belonged to. And the rubber band? It's not pulling anymore, because you let go of the tether. Now that you understand the quantum lock-in and how it pulls you back to familiar timelines, it's time to examine the deeper layer that sustains it. Your environment, not the external decor, but the vibrational structure you've created around you. Next, we will reveal how your subconscious codes your environment to mirror your signal, and what happens when you finally start rewriting that code. You've now seen that even after frequency alignment, and even after the first jump into a new timeline, you can still be pulled back, unless your identity is stabilized and old anchors are released. But this opens up a much bigger realization. Your environment isn't neutral. It's coded. Every object, interaction, routine, and stimulus around you is part of an energetic architecture that mirrors your internal state. You didn't just land in your current surroundings by accident. You built them subconsciously to reflect your dominant frequency. Let's be precise. Your subconscious doesn't just select timelines. It also constructs reality loops, self-reinforcing ecosystems that stabilize your current vibration. If you're broadcasting low worth, your subconscious seeks out surroundings that affirm that signal. If you're locked in scarcity, your system will avoid abundance cues and surround itself with cues of survival. If you believe expansion is dangerous, You will subconsciously reject invitations to expand, and even decorate your life with reminders that staying small is safe. This is not conscious behavior. It's pattern stabilization. Let's look at some examples. The friend you keep around even though they subtly insult your growth? That's a coded permission slip to stay stuck. The workspace that's chaotic, unorganized, uninspiring? That reflects the inner belief that you're not ready for more. The phone habits that drain your focus? That's a self-enforced limitation on mental clarity. The clothes, books, apps, and even furniture choices? All tuned to mirror a specific emotional baseline. These aren't random. They're coded reinforcements, and they lock you into the current frequency loop. Now ask yourself, is your space designed for who you are, or for who you used to be? Most people live in a vibrational echo chamber, surrounded by objects, messages, patterns, and people that feed the old identity. Even growth attempts are often buried under environments that contradict them. You're trying to elevate inside a room built for contraction, and that contradiction stalls your jump. The brain is sensory-based. It responds to symbols, and your environment is filled with symbols of your subconscious identity. Each time you see something that affirms your past, an unread book, a failed project, a disorganized pile, your body receives a subtle reminder. This is who we are. This is where we belong. Unless you change the code, that loop continues. So let's reframe reality. Your environment is not just a backdrop. It's a feedback system. It constantly transmits signals that either affirm your current frequency or challenge it. And here's the kicker. You are the one who created that system, not consciously, but energetically, piece by piece, behavior by behavior, belief by belief. This is liberating, because if you coded it, you can recode it. Let's map out how. Step 1. Conduct a vibrational audit. Walk through your physical and digital environment and ask, what around me is affirming the version of me I've outgrown? What consistently reminds me of failure, fear, or shame? What signals permission to stay small? Identify every item, relationship, digital habit, and visual cue. You are mapping your current frequency in 3D form. Step 2. Begin signal purification. Start removing the echoes. Eliminate clutter with emotional residue. Archive unfinished projects that carry guilt. Let go of people who anchor you through shared limitation. Replace music, input, and content that aligns with old timelines. This creates signal clarity, a clean field. Step 3. Install the new code. Now introduce new signals. Create visual cues that represent your future identity. Introduce routines that anchor your new frequency. Place affirming symbols, mantras, or reminders in places your subconscious sees repeatedly. Infuse your environment with intentional frequency reinforcement. You're not decorating. You're reprogramming your loop. And here's the result. Over time, your external world starts to feel safe for your upgraded identity. You stop battling resistance. You start reinforcing expansion without effort. The new timeline begins to normalize, because the outer world now mirrors the inner shift, and the loop supports your evolution. Now that you've seen how your subconscious codes your environment to reflect its own limitations, it's time to start seeing through the glitches. Next, we will expose the recurring experiences, people, places, patterns that loop like deja vu in your life, and what they're really trying to tell you about your timeline. You've just uncovered how your subconscious codes your environment, shaping everything around you to reflect the frequency it believes is true. But what happens when life starts repeating itself? Not symbolically, literally. Same kinds of people, same types of challenges, same emotional weather. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? That's not imagination. That's the loop. You are inside a timeline echo, a vibrational field running on autopilot, looping through identical experiences dressed in slightly different costumes. It's not just coincidence. It's not bad luck. It's not even the universe trying to test you. It's the result of one thing, an unresolved signal still running your reality. Let's bring this into focus. The universe doesn't send you lessons. It sends you mirrors. And until the signal changes, the reflection stays the same. So you meet another partner who wounds you in a familiar way. You encounter another financial crisis that looks different but feels the same. You join another group or community, only to feel unseen all over again. Different context. Same emotional blueprint. That's not your life moving forward. That's your timeline looping. These loops have markers. Signals that something is repeating not because of fate, but because of frequency stabilization. Here's how to detect them. 1. Emotional deja vu. You walk into a new situation and feel an old reaction. Not logically, somatically. Your body responds to people or places as if it already knows them. And it does. Not from the event, from the frequency. The emotional atmosphere is familiar because it's the same one you've always attracted. 2. Pattern reappearance. You keep thinking, why does this always happen? Same conflicts, same endings, same triggers, different names and faces but identical outcomes. This is a major indicator that your signal is still aligned with a past timeline. 3. Predictive intuition. You already know how something's going to end. Not because you're psychic, but because your subconscious has seen this cycle play out dozens of times. Predicts based on pattern data. And unless something changes at the core frequency level, the prediction holds true. These loops can last for years, for lifetimes even, not because you're failing, but because your system prefers consistency over expansion. It's easier for your subconscious to recreate an old pain than to risk an unfamiliar joy. It's cheaper, energetically, to repeat what's known than to embody what's aligned. And so you repeat, over and over. Now here's the trap. Most people misinterpret these loops as confirmation of limitation. They say, see, nothing changes. This is just how people are. This always happens to me. Maybe I'm not meant for more. But in reality, these experiences aren't proof that you're broken, they're proof that you're broadcasting a stable frequency. The wrong one, but a stable one nonetheless. So how do you break the loop? First, you have to stop treating it like a test. It's not a cosmic exam. It's a vibrational echo. And echoes only stop when the sound source stops. So instead of looking at what's repeating, look at what you're transmitting. Ask, what belief does this situation validate? What identity is being preserved here? What emotion is being fed? Trace the pattern not to the people involved, but to the internal agreement that keeps inviting them. Here's an example. You keep meeting people who take advantage of your kindness. You think it's about boundaries, and maybe it is at the behavioral level, but underneath it's likely about identity. If your subconscious believes, I have to give to be loved, then people who take will feel magnetic. You'll keep drawing them in until that identity is dismantled. The loop doesn't break with willpower. It breaks with identity release. This also explains why loops often intensify right before transformation. The pattern returns in a louder, more extreme form. It's not punishment. It's a final chance for you to see it, to stop blaming the mirror and change the broadcast. The clearer you become, the more visible the loop becomes. And when it's fully seen without judgment or justification, it begins to collapse. Let's map out how to spot and interrupt your timeline loop. Step 1. Pattern awareness. Start journaling repetitive emotions, phrases, outcomes, and dynamics. Look across years, relationships, jobs, and major decisions. Where are the similarities? Not in detail, in emotional signature. That's the key to identifying the loop. Step 2. Emotional mapping. Once the pattern is visible, trace it to its emotional root. What core emotion is the loop trying to recreate? Control? Proving? Unworthiness? Anxiety? Rejection? The loop exists to preserve that state, and your nervous system treats it like home. Step 3. Frequency disruption. The next time the loop starts to run, interrupt the sequence. Not just with new behavior, with a new internal response. If the pattern expects you to collapse, stay open. If it expects you to apologize, hold your boundary. If it expects you to retreat, expand. This frequency break causes the loop to lose coherence. And once it can't complete its cycle, it begins to dissolve. The moment you stop responding in the same way, the loop can no longer feed off your energy. And when the energy source dies, so does the repetition. Eventually, the loops stop coming back. Not because you've outrun them, but because you've stopped matching them. You've stopped carrying the identity that created them. And in its place, new people, new results, new emotional climates begin to form. The glitch is gone. The loop is broken. But even once the loops are gone, something else remains. The mirror. The subtle feedback system that reflects back your frequency in every interaction. And that mirror can either be distorted or clear. Next, we will explore how your current self-image still reflects a false version of you, and how to disrupt the feedback loop of the false self so a new timeline can fully stabilize. You've just decoded the hidden loops, those recurring experiences that keep cycling back not by chance, but because your inner signal keeps inviting them. But even when those loops begin to fade, there's a more subtle layer you must confront. It's not about the people you attract. It's not about the places you end up. It's about the image staring back at you every time you act, react, or reflect. The false self. This is the part of you that was shaped by survival, by rejection, by early adaptation, by the need to belong, to perform, to be safe, to be needed. It's not your real identity. It's a constructed one. And it's been running your timeline like a hidden OS, creating results that are coherent with the role you believe you have to play. Let's be absolutely clear. Your life right now is built around the version of you that your nervous system trusts, not the one your higher self is calling in. And that version, the false self, is not malicious. It was forged to keep you safe. But it also keeps you small. Because safety to the subconscious means repetition, not expansion. This creates the mirror loop. Every experience reflects back the self-image you're broadcasting. If you see yourself as unworthy, the world agrees. If you see yourself as invisible, others overlook you. If you believe you must work twice as hard to be chosen, life reflects that effort. And even when you change your thoughts, if the self-image remains distorted, the mirror doesn't break. Here's what most people do. They upgrade their goals. They improve their habits. They shift their environment. But they don't update the person they think they are. So everything they build is still shaped by the old identity. That's why the results don't hold. That's why momentum fades. That's why reality resists. Because the mirror only reflects the image it's given. Not the one you wish for, the one you broadcast. Let's explore what creates the false self-image. Repetition of emotional responses in early life. Conditioning from caregivers, teachers, or systems that rewarded conformity. Emotional events that created identity-defining moments of shame, guilt, or fear. Roles you had to play to keep love or avoid punishment. These experiences form an energetic signature. And that signature becomes the image your subconscious projects. Even now. So every time you reach for more but still carry the image of less, your field fractures. And the feedback loop reinforces your former identity. Until you break the mirror. How? By interrupting the signal at the level of self-image. Not just beliefs, not just behaviors, but the very frequency of who you are being. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Identify the construct. Ask, who do I believe I need to be safe? Who do I feel I must be to be loved? What version of me gets rewarded, validated, protected? This is the false self. It's not about honesty, it's about protection. It's who you learn to be, not who you actually are. Step 2. Observe the projection. Track how that self-image shows up. How does it walk into a room? Speak in conflict? Approach money? Handle visibility? Notice how it reacts, not just how it acts. This reveals the projection mechanism. Step 3. Shatter the role. Now, do the one thing the false self never does. Act out of alignment before you feel ready. Speak a truth without packaging it for safety. Make a decision that contradicts the role you were trained to play. This ruptures the mirror. It forces a recalibration. and a new reflection begins forming. This is how new timelines become livable. Because until your self-image reflects your future frequency, every new result will feel fake and eventually collapse. But when your self-image aligns, when you stop carrying the projection of your survival mask, when you embody the frequency of your highest identity, the mirror shifts, and the feedback loop becomes supportive, not restrictive. Now that you've broken through the false self-image and disrupted its mirror loop, you're ready to remove one of the most dangerous myths out there, the idea that just be positive is helpful advice. Next, we will expose why positivity without frequency truth is harmful, and how it keeps you trapped in lower-tier timelines while making you believe you're evolving. You've just learned how the feedback loop of the false self has been shaping the reflection you see in life. But that loop doesn't just echo beliefs. It doesn't just reinforce emotion. It sustains an identity you never consciously chose. Because much of who you think you are is a reaction to fear, a reaction to need, a reaction to rejection, pressure, or survival conditions that forced you to adapt. And the version of you that's doing the living right now, in many ways, they're not real. They're functional. That's the identity interference pattern. This pattern isn't a minor issue. It's the root of why nothing truly sticks, why new habits decay, why opportunities fade, why manifestations collapse before they land. Because at the core of your signal is not your truth, it's a compensating character. And timelines don't respond to your thoughts. They respond to the integrity of your broadcast. So if your identity is incoherent, part authentic, part reactive, your field remains unstable. And unstable fields cannot hold elevated realities. Let's be clear. You didn't create this false identity consciously. You became it by necessity. You became what kept you safe, what kept you included, what reduced threat and increased approval. That survival personality became your standard broadcast. And eventually it blurred into your self-image. You called it just how I am. But it's not how you are. It's how you adapted. Here's how to recognize this interference pattern. You feel disconnected from your life, even when things seem to be working. You experience a split between what you do and how it feels. You catch yourself thinking, why am I like this? This doesn't feel like me. You observe yourself pleasing, proving, performing, or pretending, but can't stop. This isn't identity crisis. It's identity interference. And it's running your timeline on behalf of someone you haven't been in a long time. Let's look at the common interference personas that corrupt the signal. 1. The pleaser. You suppress truth to maintain harmony. You abandon needs to avoid guilt. Your signal reads, my worth is tied to your comfort. 2. The performer. You overachieve to justify existence. You micromanage outcomes to stay validated. Your signal reads, I must earn everything, including love. 3. The protector. You stay guarded, cool, emotionally distant. You present strength to conceal vulnerability. Your signal reads, I'm not safe to be soft. 4. The fixer. You overfunction in relationships. You solve to feel important. Your signal reads, if I'm not needed, I'm invisible. 5. The minimalist. You downplay desires. You settle quietly. Your signal reads, I'll take less so I don't threaten anyone. These are not personality types. They're trauma-shaped projections. And they're broadcasting in your field every day. So even as you try to expand, even as you pursue higher timelines, these projections keep transmitting an outdated identity. And your field responds accordingly. Delayed breakthroughs, relationships that mirror suppression, results that feel disconnected from your essence, a ceiling you can't quite name but constantly feel. The mask may be invisible, but its effects are measurable. So how do you begin disrupting this interference pattern? You don't dismantle it by pushing it away. You don't perform your way out of it. You interrupt it by becoming radically honest. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Name the character. Write this down. Who have I been pretending to be? To stay safe? Who do I become when I feel unseen, unchosen, or threatened? What persona do I default to when I'm unsure of my worth? Be specific. Write without judgment. This isn't shame, this is pattern mapping. Step 2. Find the origin. Ask, where did I learn this role? Who taught me that this is how I get love or stay safe? How old was I when I started behaving this way? These answers reveal the emotional contract you signed early in life. And contracts must be revoked to expire. Step 3. Create identity disruption. Choose one moment today to contradict the pattern. If you always suppress, speak clearly. If you always give, pause and receive. If you always perform, rest in stillness. If you always protect, expose truth. Disrupting the role collapses its dominance. Your signal shifts when your nervous system learns it's safe to be you, not the version you crafted to survive. This is uncomfortable. You may feel shaky, overexposed, or self-conscious. But that's the nervous system detoxing from the false signal. That's a good sign, because when you stop transmitting interference, the field starts adjusting. Fast. And the real you, they don't need to try, they resonate. And resonance builds timelines that don't require performance to sustain. Now that you've exposed the persona interference at the identity level, it's time to dismantle one of the most persistent myths. A myth that sounds empowering, but often traps you in spiritual bypass and timeline stagnation. Just be positive. Next, we will reveal why this advice is not only ineffective, but dangerously misaligned with the mechanics of frequency-based reality. You've just revealed how survival-based identities, even the ones that look helpful, create interference patterns that prevent your signal from stabilizing in a higher timeline. Now we turn to one of the most common sources of spiritual distortion in this entire process. Positivity as a disguise for suppression. You've heard the advice. Stay high vibe. Think good thoughts. Just be grateful. Positive energy only. Don't entertain negativity. It sounds powerful. It feels encouraging. But underneath it hides a very real danger. Because when positivity is used to bypass authentic emotion or unresolved frequency, it becomes spiritual noise. And noise distorts the signal. Let's be precise. Your field responds to truth, not to slogans, not to forced smiles, not to emotional avoidance wrapped in optimism. When you fake high-frequency states, you're not aligning with elevated timelines, you're creating static. That static scrambles your broadcast. And when your signal is scrambled, the field stops responding clearly. So you don't manifest. You don't move forward. You don't feel like yourself. You feel confused while doing everything right. Here's the problem. In the spiritual growth space, positivity is often weaponized. Not maliciously, unconsciously. You feel grief. And someone says, don't lower your vibe. You face betrayal. And here, just forgive and move on. You encounter loss and are told, everything happens for a reason. So what do? You swallow the pain. You put on the mask. You try to feel good and call it healing. But what you're really doing is splitting your frequency. Let's be clear. There is nothing inherently wrong with positivity. Joy is powerful. Gratitude is expansive. Appreciation creates coherence. But only when they are real, felt, embodied, unforced. When you use positivity to deny emotional truth, you're not raising your vibration. You're denying the very signal that could have led to actual transformation. This creates a dangerous loop. You feel something uncomfortable. You judge it as low frequency. You avoid it. You paste over it with affirmations. And now you've buried emotional density deeper into your field. So even though you're saying, I am abundant, your signal is still vibrating with avoidance, shame, or grief. And the field picks that up. Every time. This leads to a common pattern, the positivity trap. Let's break it down. 1. Emotional repression. You skip past feelings like anger, sadness, fear, labeling them as bad. You don't process them. You bypass. 2. Identity fragmentation. You begin identifying only with your light. You reject the parts of yourself that feel heavier, calling them ego or shadow. This splits your energy field. 3. Timeline confusion. Your broadcast is no longer coherent. You're trying to tune into elevated realities, while still vibrating with unacknowledged truth. The mismatch creates results that feel random, scattered, or inconsistent. And then you question yourself. You ask, why isn't it working? Why does nothing stick? Why do I feel exhausted, even while doing the work? The answer, you're faking the frequency. And frequency doesn't respond to performance. It responds to resonance. So what's the way forward? You must move from toxic positivity to vibrational honesty. This means feeling what's real without collapsing into it, honoring emotion without judging it, speaking the truth of your body, not just the ideas in your mind, using gratitude to amplify, not override. Let's make this practical. Step 1. Feel first, align second. Stop skipping to the good. Let the emotion move through your system fully, not with indulgence, but with presence. When it's metabolized, then align. Not as a cover-up, as a conclusion. Step 2. Speak uncomfortable truth. Say, I'm afraid this might not work, but I still choose to show up. I feel grief, and I know it won't define me. I feel tension, and I give it space to move. This is alignment, not perfection, not denial, permission. Step 3. Let positivity be the result, not the requirement. True elevation isn't faked. It's earned through internal congruence. And when you stop faking the signal, the real frequency becomes accessible. And that's when new timelines respond. Now that you've released the pressure to perform positivity and allowed emotional truth to return to the signal, you're ready to connect with the core law that governs all reality attraction. Not hope, not belief, honest frequency. Next, we will explore the law of vibrational honesty and why the universe doesn't believe your affirmations, but responds instantly to the truth of your field. You've now seen why just be positive is not only ineffective but actively damaging when it becomes a bypass for suppressed emotional frequency. This leads directly to the real principle at work beneath all manifestation, attraction, and quantum alignment. Vibrational honesty. Because while the mind speaks in words, and your personality performs in behavior, your field speaks in truth. And the universe responds to that truth, whether you acknowledge it or not. Here's the uncomfortable reality. The universe doesn't believe what you say. It doesn't believe your affirmations. It doesn't believe your scripting, journaling, or vision boards. It believes your dominant signal. And that signal is not verbal, it's vibrational. It is the emotional tone, subconscious narrative, and energetic residue you carry, not just when you're doing the work, but when you're in default mode. So if you're saying, I'm worthy, I'm ready, I receive abundance, but underneath your nervous system is still signaling distrust, self-protection, and expectation of lack, the field ignores the words and mirrors the dominant frequency, not as punishment, as perfect coherence. Let's break this down clearly. Vibrational honesty means your outer reality will always reflect the most deeply held, emotionally reinforced, and identity-rooted truth in your field, not what you want to believe. This is why you can be doing everything right, but still get nothing, because the field is responding to your realist belief, the one buried under layers of performance. And the field cannot be tricked. It listens beneath language. It listens to how you feel about yourself when you're alone, unguarded, unfiltered. It listens to how you emotionally expect things to go, not what you hope for. That's the law. Here are some examples. You say, I am abundant, but every time a bill arrives, your chest tightens. You say, I'm ready for love, but you secretly fear rejection. You say, I'm worthy of success, but when you receive praise, you feel like a fraud. These contradictions create a scrambled signal. And scrambled signals don't manifest clearly. The field doesn't know which frequency to mirror. So it mirrors the one that's the most emotionally charged. And that's almost always the unacknowledged one. So how do you shift this? Stop trying to be right. Start trying to be real. Because honesty doesn't lower your vibration. Denial does. Grief, when felt fully, can be a higher vibration than fake optimism. Anger, when integrated, creates cleaner energy than suppressed kindness. Fear, when acknowledged, often becomes courage in motion. That's the paradox. Your frequency rises when you stop pretending it's already high. Let's talk about how vibrational honesty works in practice. Every moment you are broadcasting something, not based on your best intentions, but based on what's unresolved in your field. This includes how you respond to stress, how you handle silence, how you speak to yourself when no one else is watching, how you anticipate what happens next. These microsignals create macro patterns, and those patterns shape timelines. Let's create a new filter, a simple way to test if your signal is honest. Ask, is what I'm feeling aligned with what I'm saying? Is what I'm doing aligned with what I claim to desire? Is what I'm broadcasting aligned with what I expect to receive? If not, pause. Not to judge, but to realign. The goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to be honest, and then recalibrate. Let's walk through a real recalibration process. Step 1. Reveal the dishonest signal. Identify a statement you're saying often. For example, I'm confident. I'm calling in healthy love. I'm financially secure. Now ask, do I actually feel this in my nervous system? Or am I trying to convince myself? If there's tension, fear, or resistance, that's a false affirmation. And that's your opportunity. Step 2. Honor the real frequency. Instead of forcing a new belief, give voice to the honest one. Say, I want to feel confident, but right now I feel small. I'm trying to receive, but I still don't feel safe trusting anyone. I'm visualizing wealth, but my body still expects struggle. This is vibrational honesty, and it's incredibly powerful, because the moment you name the distortion, it starts to release. Step 3. Build a resonant signal. Now, instead of skipping to the highest possible vibration, reach for the next honest step. Not I am fearless, but I am learning to feel safe in small steps. Not I am limitless, but I am practicing expansion in moments of tension. Not I am healed, but I am holding space for what's ready to move. These micro-alignments build a coherent signal, and that signal reshapes your timeline because it's real. Here's the truth no one wants to admit. Most affirmations are written to override shame, to silence doubt, to bury pain. But what your field wants, what your soul wants, what the universe responds to, is coherence, wholeness, congruence between your words, your emotions, your nervous system, and your identity. When those align, even for a moment, timelines move fast. Let's summarize this clearly. Vibrational honesty does not mean staying in pain. It means not denying pain when it's still active. It means not faking love when fear is still leading. It means allowing the real frequency to speak, not as weakness but as truth in progress. And truth in progress creates momentum, because the universe doesn't respond to perfection. It responds to resonance. Now that you understand how vibrational honesty anchors your frequency, and why it overrides all forced affirmation, it's time to clean up the leaks. The signal can be clear, but if it's leaking in subtle ways throughout your day, it becomes diluted. Next, we will identify and repair the frequency fractures that drain your energy and sabotage your alignment 24/7. You've just reclaimed your broadcast by aligning with vibrational honesty, the real, felt resonance of your internal truth. Not the polished version, not the rehearsed version, the actual signal. But even when that signal becomes coherent, it can still be weakened. Not by sabotage, not by dramatic failure, by micro-leaks. These are the small, nearly invisible behaviors, choices, thoughts, and relationships that drain energy, quietly, and shift your frequency by degrees. They don't destroy timelines all at once. They erode them. Let's clarify something now. Your vibrational field isn't just formed by your peak moments. It's shaped by your defaults. And those defaults are often contaminated with contradiction. Here's how it looks. You hold empowering beliefs but tolerate disempowering conversations. You raise your frequency in meditation, then spend hours feeding it into digital chaos. You speak worthiness but negotiate your needs in silence. You envision clarity but make choices from confusion. Each of these leaks seems minor, but together, they create frequency fractures. And fractured signals can't hold upgraded timelines. This is not about perfection. This is about consistency. A small energy leak repeated daily will always overpower a big leap made once. Because the field doesn't measure intensity. It measures stability. Let's identify the main categories of frequency leakage. 1. Unaligned agreements. These are the conversations you stay in that shrink you. The roles you keep playing even though they no longer fit. The obligations you fulfill out of guilt or habit, not alignment. Each yes that should have been a no lowers the voltage of your field. 2. Digital overstimulation. What you consume isn't just mental. It's vibrational. The scroll, the noise, the chaotic media, all of it degrades your signal. It trains your nervous system to expect fragmentation instead of coherence. And then life mirrors that back to you. 3. Unprocessed emotion. That frustration you ignore? That sadness you downplay? That resentment you rationalize? It doesn't go away. It goes into the field and sits there broadcasting confusion, heaviness, avoidance. 4. Identity fluctuation. You're clear one moment, then shrink the next. You embody truth, then revert to pleasing. You speak power, then undercut it with self-doubt. This inconsistency creates instability, and the field can't organize around a moving target. Now that you see the categories, let's walk through a cleanup process. Step 1. Detect. Ask, where in my life am I giving my energy without a clear return? What choices feel like betrayal, even in small ways? What patterns feel like friction, but I've normalized them? Write them down. Every micro leak, every quiet drain. Step 2. Decide. Not everything needs to be purged. Some things need boundaries. Some need closure. Some need a different relationship to them. But every leak needs a decision. An indecision is a leak. So ask, what would the version of me who holds the higher timeline do about this? That question always brings clarity. Step 3. Redirect energy. Now that you've stopped the drain, redirect the flow. Use the time you reclaimed from digital chaos to feed your nervous system regulation. Use the energy you saved from people-pleasing to move a project forward. Use the attention you recaptured from mindless scrolling to visualize with coherence. Your field doesn't just need clarity. It needs fuel. And every reclaimed watt of attention matters. This is how timelines stabilize. Not by dramatic quantum leaps, but by minute coherence. Alignment in the small. Clarity in the ordinary. Integrity in the unnoticed. This is where power builds. And once that power builds, you begin to feel a shift. Not emotional, not motivational, energetic. You begin to walk through life with less friction. People respond differently. Ideas flow. Support appears. Not because you're trying harder, because your field isn't leaking anymore. Now that your broadcast is stable, now that your signal is no longer fractured by microleaks, you're ready to confront the belief that's held the frequency hostage all along. That's just how I am. Next, we will expose how this innocent phrase creates a vibrational ceiling disguised as personality, and how to break free of it permanently. You've now stabilized your field by identifying and sealing the microleaks, those subtle energy drains that sabotage your frequency without you noticing. But there's a deeper sabotage still embedded in your system, one so familiar you rarely question it. It hides inside your thoughts. It disguises itself as honesty. And it speaks through one of the most dangerous phrases in your entire frequency vocabulary. That's just how I am. You say it to explain a habit, to defend a reaction, to justify staying the same. You speak it casually as if it were harmless. But what you're really saying is, I've accepted that this identity, no matter how outdated, is my reality. And that acceptance is the vibrational lock on your current timeline. Let's break this down. Every time you say, that's just how I am, you're not describing truth. You're describing adaptation. You're announcing the frequency you've chosen to preserve, and you're encoding it deeper into your field with every repetition. It becomes an unconscious broadcast, a permission slip to stay the same, a vibrational defense against change. Here's what makes this so deceptive. It feels like self-awareness. It feels like knowing your limits. But in reality, it's a coded resignation, a declaration that you are no longer available for timeline evolution. And the field listens. Because when you make that statement, you're not just narrating, you're instructing. Let's look at how this plays out. I'm just not good with money. I'm not really the emotional type. I've always been a procrastinator. I'm just awkward in groups. I can't stay consistent. That's just me. These aren't traits. They're stuck frequencies hiding in personality. And each one anchors you to the life that reflects it. Not because it's true, but because you've chosen to keep it active. Now, here's what's more dangerous than the statement itself. The emotional energy behind it. That quiet tone of finality. That subtle sense of defeat. That internal contraction that says, don't challenge this. It's who I am. That feeling is what charges the phrase. And that's what turns it into a magnetic signal. Let's go deeper. Who told you that's who you are? Where did you learn that consistency wasn't your thing? Who conditioned you to believe you were difficult, forgetful, intense, too much, not enough? You weren't born believing those things. You became those things. Through frequency, through environment, through repetition. And now you wear them like skin. But they're not your skin. They're your armor. So the phrase, that's just how I am, doesn't reflect your identity. It reflects your adaptation loop. And the longer you keep saying it, the deeper the signal gets. And the deeper the signal, the more resistant your reality becomes to change, no matter how much effort you apply. This is not about self-blame. It's about self-recognition. Because once you see the lie inside that phrase, you can dismantle it. And when you dismantle the lie, the timeline built around it begins to fall apart. Let's break the cycle. Step 1. Locate the identity. Write down your most repeated self-descriptions. I'm the type of person who. I've always been someone that. I could never. Then ask, is this a choice or a compensation? Is this a truth or a survival adaptation? Step 2. Trace the source. Where did this identity first get rewarded, or punished, or forced? What experience, relationship, or authority figure installed this version of you as normal? This is how you locate the moment your field began tuning to the wrong signal. Step 3. Disrupt the statement. Next time you catch yourself saying or thinking, that's just how I am, interrupt it. Replace it with a possibility, not a pattern. Say, this is who I've been, but not who I'm becoming. This behavior has existed, but it's not permanent. This feeling is familiar, not final. Every time you override the phrase, you weaken the spell. And every time the spell weakens, the field recalibrates. Here's the shift. You're not here to reinforce your personality. You're here to transmit your potential. And your potential has nothing to do with the identity built in environments that didn't support your truth. So stop telling the universe who you've been. Start broadcasting who you're becoming. That's how timelines shift. Not through willpower, but through identity detachment. Now that you've reclaimed your identity from the phrase that held you hostage, it's time to understand what's really making your choices before you do. Because even now, there's something deeper than belief, deeper than self-image. That's choosing your timeline in every moment. Emotion. Next, we will expose the emotional algorithm that selects your reality before your logic ever enters the room. You've just seen how identity-based language, especially the lie wrapped in, that's just how I am, functions as a subconscious barrier that locks in outdated timelines. But even beneath identity, beneath belief systems, beneath logic and willpower, there's a deeper mechanism running the show, your emotional baseline. And that baseline is not just shaping how you interpret reality. It's selecting which version of reality you have access to. Welcome to the emotional algorithm, the real engine behind your timeline. Let's make this unmistakably clear. You do not choose your timeline with thought. You choose it with feeling. And not the feelings you experience occasionally, but the ones that live in your nervous system 24/7. The ones you've normalized. The ones you've trained your body to expect. Those feelings create a dominant frequency. And that frequency is what aligns you with a specific timeline. Here's how it works. Your body, not your mind, is the transmitter of your reality signal. And your body is constantly referencing emotional memory, not ideas. So if you've habituated to emotional states like urgency, disappointment, tension, self-doubt, guilt, or grief, those become your default, not just in mood but in attraction field. You begin selecting opportunities, people, and patterns that match the emotion you unconsciously expect. Not what you want, what you expect. This explains why so many people set intentions, goals, affirmations, and still experience the same cycles. Because while the mind says, I'm expanding, the body says, I'm bracing. And the field listens to the body. It listens to the emotional algorithm. Let's examine what this algorithm is made of. There are 3 components. 1. Emotional familiarity. The emotional state you feel most often, even if it's painful, becomes a safe zone. Your system seeks out that state through choices, reactions, and even imagination. 2. Emotional expectation. What you emotionally anticipate becomes what you energetically allow. So if you expect disappointment, your field narrows to align with it. If you expect abandonment, you subtly sabotage intimacy. 3. Emotional resilience. This is how quickly your system returns to baseline after disruption. If your baseline is chaotic, you'll unconsciously resist peace. If your baseline is calm, you'll be able to absorb challenges without reverting. So while you think your logic is choosing, it's actually your emotional signature doing the selecting. And most people never update that signature. They just keep repeating the same emotion, in new stories, new faces, new circumstances, same emotional reality. Different timeline options are available, but you can't see them because your emotion is locked into a narrow vibrational range. Let's make this practical. Step 1. Audit your dominant emotional state. Ask, what emotional energy do I return to most often? What feeling feels like home, even if it's uncomfortable? What emotion do I secretly prepare for, even when things are going well? Be ruthlessly honest. This is not who you are, it's what you've normalized. Step 2. Track the emotional choice chain. Look at your daily behaviors. Ask, what emotion am I chasing when I do this? What emotion am I avoiding? Is this choice reinforcing my past or building my future? Emotion drives behavior. Behavior anchors frequency. Frequency selects timelines. Step 3. Install a new emotional baseline. You can't fake this, but you can train it. Start with micro-practices that evoke your desired frequency, not just in your mind, but in your nervous system. If you're shifting from scarcity to sufficiency, practice noticing where you already have enough. If you're shifting from tension to safety, practice relaxing into moments of stillness. If you're shifting from loneliness to connection, practice staying present with supportive people without withdrawing. The key is not to maintain the state 24/7, it's to normalize it, so your body begins to trust it. And once it trusts it, the field adapts. This is the truth that changes everything. Emotion is your timeline selector, and the fastest way to shift your life is to shift what your body expects to feel, not what your mind wants to feel, what your nervous system believes is allowed. Once that expectation changes, so does your signal, and so does your reality. Next, we will use everything we now know to perform your first energetic audit, not of what you want, but of what your current field is broadcasting, and what timeline that broadcast is pulling you into next. You've now seen that your emotional baseline, not your intentions, is selecting your timeline, and that the feelings you've normalized, even unconsciously, are shaping the version of life that keeps looping back around. But now we go even deeper. If emotion is the selector, then the signal you're sending out, your energetic signature, is the summary of everything you are broadcasting into the quantum field. And just like a radio wave determines which station plays, your signature determines which timeline you experience. Now we're going to map it precisely, not based on what you want, not based on what you believe you're becoming, based on the raw data you're emitting right now. This is your energetic signature audit. Let's begin with one foundational truth. Your energetic signature is not a mood. It is not a personality. It is not a vibe you try to have when you're feeling on. Your signature is the composite of your subconscious beliefs, emotional defaults, behavioral reflexes, identity set point, self-image, expectations of how reality responds to you. Each of those emits a frequency, and together they form the tone your field broadcasts 24/7. It is that tone that the universe uses to organize reality around you. So while you may be thinking about change, growth, success, or expansion, your current timeline is not responding to your desire. It's responding to your tone. Let's make this more specific. Your energetic signature is not what you feel when you're inspired. It's what your nervous system defaults to when nothing special is happening. That's where your true signal lives. In the default, in the background, in the spaces in between. Now ask yourself this. If your energetic signature were a song, what would it sound like? Tense? Urgent? Overextended? Low and heavy? Flat but functional? Light but scattered? Focused and open? You already know the answer. Your body knows. Your sleep patterns know. Your breath knows. Your reactions in silence know. This is the signature. And this is what we're going to audit. Clearly, honestly, without spiritual performance. Here's the method. Step 1, reality reflection scan. Look at your current reality. Not your goals. Not your desires. Your results. Ask, what kinds of people are showing up? What types of challenges keep returning? What emotions dominate your environment? What do your finances, health, and connections feel like, energetically? These are not failures. They are reflections. Reflections of your tone. Reflections of your frequency. Reflections of the signature the field is currently receiving. Step 2. Identify the signature components. Next, break your energetic field into parts. What belief does my life prove to be true every day? What emotional state am I recreating over and over again? What version of me is being reflected back most often? The empowered one, the survival one, the silent one? Get brutally honest. You don't heal the signature by denying it. You rewrite it by seeing it clearly. Step 3. Compare against desired timeline. Now ask, what emotional state would be dominant on the timeline I want? What types of people would show up? How would life respond to me there? Compare it to your current answers. If there's a mismatch, it's not that you're not ready. It's that your signal hasn't changed yet. You're still tuned to the wrong station, asking it to play a song that doesn't match its bandwidth. This process is not about shame. It's about clarity. Because when you decode your energetic signature, you stop guessing. You stop hoping. You start adjusting with precision. You can now begin sending out a frequency that is actually compatible with the timeline you're aiming for. Let's be absolutely clear. If your signature says, I must prove my worth, your reality will reflect tests, not trust. If it says, I'm not quite safe yet, your relationships will be chaotic or inconsistent. If it says, this is good, but it won't last, your abundance will peak, then collapse. You're not unlucky. You're consistent, and that consistency, until seen and disrupted, will choose for you. Now that your signature has been decoded, what's next? You've likely discovered something frustrating. You're not broadcasting what you want, you're broadcasting what you fear. Next, we will uncover why your signal continues to magnetize exactly what you don't want, and how to stop that misalignment for good. Now that you've run your energetic signature audit and clearly identified what your field is actually broadcasting, not what you want but what's present, the next realization surfaces. Your current timeline is not just the result of emotional neutrality. It's the result of energetic magnetism. And the most magnetic part of your field is not your joy, It's not your vision. It's not even your gratitude. It's your fear. This is what we call the misaligned magnet problem. It's the phenomenon of attracting not what you're consciously aiming for, but what you're emotionally avoiding. Because avoidance, when emotionally charged, becomes focus. And focus becomes frequency. And frequency, as we've now established beyond question, becomes your selector. Let's get honest. You fear abandonment and keep attracting disconnection. You fear being unseen and keep entering dynamics that ignore your value. You fear loss and money keeps slipping away. You fear conflict and drama keeps finding you. This isn't a curse. It's not a loop you're destined to repeat forever. It's physics. The frequency that is most emotionally rehearsed becomes the dominant field. And fear rehearses itself in thousands of micro-thoughts, stories, memories, and reactions every day. Here's how it works at the subconscious level. Your mind doesn't just visualize what you desire. It also prepares for what it dreads. It simulates failure. It anticipates loss. It rehearses pain. And those simulations, when charged with real emotional energy, become as powerful as intentions. Because the field can't tell the difference between what you want and what you emotionally expect. It responds to volume, not virtue. So if the fear signal is louder than your alignment signal, it wins. Not because fear is bad, but because the field organizes around dominance, not morality. And for most people, fear has been practiced far more consistently than vision. Let's explore the forms of fear that turn into magnetic signatures. 1. Fear of exposure. You want to be seen, but you fear being misunderstood. You magnetize mixed signals, misaligned clients, or half-interest partners. 2. Fear of collapse. You want success, but you fear losing it. You magnetize temporary gains, followed by sudden reversal. 3. Fear of judgment. You want to share truth, but you fear rejection. You magnetize people who silence, challenge, or dominate. 4. Fear of unworthiness. You want ease, but you fear you don't deserve it. You magnetize resistance, complexity, and unnecessary hardship. Here's the catch. You don't even need to act on fear for it to broadcast. Just holding it in your system, unaddressed, unprocessed, emits a signal strong enough to create reality around it. Because the field is always scanning for emotional weight, not just behavior. So even while doing all the right things, you can still attract contradiction because fear is carrying the frequency. Let's now walk through the steps to shift this magnetic pull. Step 1. Isolate the fear frequency. Ask, what am I subtly bracing for? What would devastate me if it happened? What do I not trust myself to handle? This reveals the hidden fear magnet still active in your field. Step 2. Decode the charge. Now ask, what story is attached to this fear? Whose voice installed it in me? What would I become if this fear no longer existed? These questions surface the meaning, and meaning is what creates charge. When you dissolve the meaning, the signal weakens. Step 3. Replace with trust imprinting. You can't erase fear with logic. You replace it through emotional training. This means practicing nervous system safety in moments of exposure, leaning into supportive experiences and feeling them fully, letting success stay, and letting your body learn it's safe. Speaking truth and realizing rejection doesn't destroy you. Each of these is a trust imprint, and trust begins replacing fear as the dominant tone. This process is not quick, but it is precise. Every time you stop reacting to fear, every time you let yourself be supported, every time you don't collapse when challenged, you change the magnet. And when the magnet changes, what finds you begins to change, too. Not randomly, not spiritually, energetically. Next, we'll explore how other people's fields, especially those closest to you, may still be interfering with your broadcast, and how their signals can secretly pull you back into timelines you've already outgrown. You've just uncovered how your fears, the ones you may not even speak out loud, can become the dominant magnetic force that determines the reality you live in. But what if there's another reason your timeline isn't upgrading? What if, despite everything you're doing to align your field, there's still interference? Not from your past, not from your thoughts, but from the timelines of others. That's what we're confronting now. Because your frequency doesn't exist in isolation. It operates in a field of overlapping energies, emotional, mental, and vibrational patterns from everyone you interact with. And unless you know how to navigate that field, your signal can be hijacked. Let's start with this simple principle. You are not the only broadcast in your life. Every person you spend time with, even briefly, emits their own field. That field carries its own expectations, its own emotions, its own timeline. And the moment you engage with them, your energy field begins to entangle. Not in a mystical way, in a measurable, neurological, and behavioral way. Mirror neurons fire, emotional regulation sinks, vibrational resonance shifts, and most of this happens below conscious awareness. Now consider this. You're working to tune into a higher timeline, but you regularly interact with people tuned into scarcity, fear, shame, or self-sabotage. What happens? Your signal adjusts downward just slightly. Not enough to feel it in the moment, but enough to blur your frequency. And blurred frequencies don't hold upgraded timelines. They slip. This phenomenon is called timeline cross-interference, and it works both ways. Sometimes you are pulled into someone else's timeline. Sometimes you pull them into yours. Often, the clash creates friction, and both signals weaken. You may notice a foggy mind after certain conversations, sudden drops in energy after hanging out with nice people, unexpected doubts or fear after a simple text, creative blocks after family visits. These are not random. They are timeline clashes, and unless you know how to manage them, they will sabotage your signal one interaction at a time. Let's go deeper. Not every person you love is compatible with your evolution. That doesn't mean they're toxic. It doesn't mean they're malicious. It means their field is organized around a different frequency. Maybe their identity is anchored in struggle. Maybe their nervous system is regulated by drama. Maybe their life works because of rules you're trying to break. And if you stay fused too tightly to their frequency, you will subconsciously match it. Not because you're weak, because you're human. You might notice it here. You're excited about a project, but tone it down to not trigger someone's insecurity. You've shifted emotionally, but shrink back when someone you love doesn't understand. You start seeing real abundance and feel guilt creeping in. You begin to speak truth, but censor it to keep the peace. These are not just social adjustments. They are field reversals. And every time you abandon alignment to protect someone else's comfort, you signal to the universe, I'm not yet ready to hold this frequency on my own. And the field obeys. It slows. It waits. It matches your updated tone. So what do? You can't and shouldn't cut everyone out of your life, but you must become aware of field sovereignty. Here's how. Step 1. Identify timeline drag. Make a list of the people you interact with most. Then ask, how do I feel immediately after connecting with them? Do I feel expanded or dimmed? Am I walking on eggshells or being fully me? Does my vision feel more possible or more distant? This isn't judgment. It's energetic accuracy. Step 2. Reduce reactive fusion. Don't auto-adjust to meet others' emotional tones. Let their discomfort exist without absorbing it. If they complain, don't fix. If they doubt you, don't shrink. If they're confused, don't over-explain. Your steadiness is the recalibration. And when you stop adjusting for emotional survival, you reclaim signal dominance. Step 3. Upgrade the conversation field. Bring your frequency with you and speak from it. That means naming your desires without softening them, celebrating your wins without shrinking them, maintaining boundaries without guilt, refusing old roles just because they're familiar. This isn't arrogance. It's leadership, and leadership rewires the room. Here's the shift. You are no longer responsible for managing the frequency of those who refuse to evolve. And you are no longer required to stunt your timeline just because someone else isn't ready. They have their signal. You have yours. And the sooner you hold your steady, the more clearly your reality will respond. Now that you've seen how other people's signals can interfere with yours, it's time to address the biggest collective signal of all, the one that shaped your earliest timelines and may still be holding you back: society. Next, we will expose the collective frequency trap and how the world you live in was designed to keep you on the default timeline of mediocrity. You've just realized how the people in your immediate circle, through emotional, psychological, and vibrational cross-interference, can shape your timeline without ever saying a word. But now it's time to zoom out, because before friends, family, and partners, there was society. And society didn't just teach you how to behave. It taught you what kind of life to expect. That expectation, broadcast by billions of people, media systems, school frameworks, and emotional norms, creates a collective frequency field. And unless you consciously rise above it, that field chooses your timeline by default. Let's define this clearly. The collective frequency trap is the silent agreement that reality should be hard, slow, average, and filled with mild suffering, with tiny doses of hope. It says, work hard but not too hard. Dream big, but stay realistic. Be yourself but not too much. Find your purpose but don't quit your job. Love yourself but still look like everyone else. It's wrapped in support, but it's soaked in suppression. Now think back. What were you taught growing up about what life could be? What were you shown, not just in words but in emotional tone, about how love works, how money flows, how health declines, how time is used, how dreams die quietly? All of that was frequency conditioning, and it trained your nervous system to expect delay, friction, approval-seeking, emotional compromise, good enough as the final destination. That's the trap, and most people live their whole lives inside it, never knowing the field is optional. Here's how the trap sustains itself. 1. Mass emotional agreement. When millions of people feel the same emotion, fear, guilt, pressure, shame, it becomes a collective frequency signature. And that signature becomes the default broadcast of society. You absorb it without even trying. 2. Rewarded predictability. The world rewards you for staying in range. You get praise for following the script. You get validation for being humble. You're seen as wise when you downplay your desires. This isn't morality. It's frequency policing. 3. Subtle sabotage of outliers. When you begin rising, even subtly, the collective gets uncomfortable. They call you arrogant. They call it luck. They tell you it won't last. They want you back in range. Why? Because your signal threatens the safety of the collective ceiling. This is not evil. It's entropy. The field is self-regulating. And unless disrupted, it seeks sameness. So when you change, you destabilize the system, and the system responds. Here's the test. If everyone around you is nodding in agreement about how hard life is, and you start saying things like, actually, this gets to be easy. I don't do burnout anymore. I'm not available for survival timelines. I expect abundance. Watch what happens. You'll feel the resistance immediately, not because you're wrong, but because you're tuning out of the collective trap, and the field wants you back. So how do you escape this timeline trap? You don't fight it. You don't argue with it. You outgrow it. Let's break it down. Step 1. Audit your programming. Ask, what normal timelines have I accepted without questioning? Where did I agree that struggle was noble? What beliefs do I still carry that came from school, media, or authority? Not my soul. Write them down. Every default, every realistic story. These are not beliefs. They are borrowed blueprints. Step 2. Withdraw from frequency consensus. You don't need permission to rise. You only need clarity. So stop looking to the collective to validate your expansion. Stop waiting for society to applaud your ease. It won't, and it doesn't need to. Step 3. Install a new default. If your nervous system is trained to expect friction, train it to expect flow. This means making peace the new normal, letting ease be sustainable, letting desire feel safe, letting power feel boring, not rare. This recalibrates your baseline. And when your baseline shifts, the collective field loses access to your signal. You're still in the world, but you're no longer of its limitations. Now that you've identified the collective frequency trap and begun to exit its grip, you're ready to explore how your deepest unresolved wounds may be secretly anchoring you to timelines of pain. Next, we will uncover how trauma bonds you to lower timelines and how to release those energetic tethers for good. You've just broken free from one of the most invisible prisons, the collective frequency trap. But escaping society's expectations is only part of the shift. Because while the external field may shape your expectations, there's something internal, ancient, emotional, and unresolved that does even more damage. That force is trauma. And what it does to your timeline is not just emotional. It's architectural. It builds the very walls of the life you're trying to escape. Let's clear something up first. Trauma isn't just what happened. It's what stayed stuck in your nervous system after what happened. And when trauma gets embedded into your field, it creates a new safe zone. Not based on joy, truth, or expansion, but on protection. That protection becomes your emotional GPS. And that GPS doesn't guide you toward your desires. It loops you into timelines that feel familiar, even if they're painful. Here's the devastating truth. Trauma doesn't seek healing first. It seeks repetition. Why? Because repetition feels predictable. Predictability feels safe. And safety becomes more important than progress until it's interrupted. So even as you dream of expansion, even as you crave freedom, your subconscious is often magnetizing the very experiences that confirm the wound. Let's explore how this works. Trauma creates internal codes that get embedded into your subconscious identity. They sound like, I can't trust anyone. Love hurts eventually. If I show emotion, I'll be punished. Being successful means being alone. No one really sees me. Each of these becomes a vibrational anchor. And once installed, your field begins organizing reality around those assumptions. You'll attract people who play out the same roles. You'll sabotage relationships that challenge those assumptions. You'll overlook opportunities that contradict those expectations. Not because you want to, because the wound wants to be proven right. This is how trauma bonds you to lower timelines. It creates a loop between your nervous system, your identity, and your external reality. The loop keeps spinning until interrupted not through effort, but through energetic disruption. And until that disruption happens, your field won't allow you to sustain peace. It will crave chaos. It will manufacture rejection. It will mistrust success. It will resist love, because those higher frequencies feel unfamiliar. And unfamiliar equals unsafe. Let's break this down practically. Here's how to identify a trauma-based timeline. 1. Emotional predictability. You can predict how you'll feel before the interaction begins. You already know the outcome because it's the same every time. Disappointment, tension, withdrawal. That's not intuition. That's programming. 2. Sensory repetition. You experience familiar sensations. The same tightness in your chest. The same dread before meetings. The same hollow feeling after certain people. These are physical bookmarks of the trauma loop. 3. Self-perpetuating storylines. You find yourself saying, why does this always happen to me? I guess I should have expected that. This is just my luck. These are trauma echoes. And they signal that you're not choosing your timeline, your wounds are. So how do you break the trauma timeline bond? You don't force a new reality. You release the internal contract with the old one. Here's how. Step 1. Locate the trauma contract. Ask, what painful experience am I still organizing my life around? What assumptions about safety, love, or worth were installed back then that still shape my decisions now? What timeline have I normalized because it feels safer than disappointment? These questions open the field. And that's when the contract becomes visible. Step 2. Interrupt the loop behaviorally. Once you've spotted the loop, do something opposite. If you always stay quiet, speak. If you always leave first, stay present. If you always overgive, receive instead. This throws your nervous system into new territory. It may feel terrifying at first, but that terror is your trauma field unclenching. Step 3. Replace the signal with stability. Once the loop is broken, install a new baseline. This isn't about massive change. It's about consistent contrast. Let safe relationships become your new reference. Let peaceful environments become your new norm. Let validation from within become your new source. Stability is the only medicine your trauma believes. And when stability becomes familiar, your timeline upgrades by default. Here's what's most important. You don't need to be fully healed to shift timelines. You just need to stop obeying the wound. The moment you stop organizing around pain, a new timeline becomes possible. And not just internally, because as your trauma loosens its grip, you'll start to notice that some people around you no longer fit. Next, we'll expose the people in your life, often well-meaning, who are unknowingly keeping you stuck in the very version of yourself you're trying to outgrow. You've now traced the trauma loops that tether you to old timelines, not through intention, but through emotional repetition. But trauma doesn't only live inside your body. It lives inside your relationships. And the moment you begin shifting, the people who were most comfortable with your old frequency often become the ones who unconsciously fight your expansion. Not out of cruelty, out of familiarity. These people are what we call timeline saboteurs. And most of them don't even know they're doing it. Let's be clear. Timeline saboteurs are not evil. They're not villains. They're people who bonded with the version of you you're now leaving behind. And when that version begins to fade, they feel destabilized. So without knowing it, they pull you back. With comments, with guilt, with concern, with reminders of who you used to be. It's subtle. It's coded in care. But it's destructive, because it interrupts the recalibration of your field. Here's what this can sound like. You've changed. Don't forget where you came from. Are you sure that's a good idea? You're just lucky. Most people can't do that. I miss the old you. Each of these phrases carries a frequency hook. And if you don't recognize them as interference, you'll start adjusting your signal just to keep the peace. That's how timeline sabotage begins. Let's break down the main types of timeline saboteurs. 1. The guilt giver. They remind you of sacrifices they made for you. They subtly pressure you to stay available in the ways they've always needed. If your growth creates distance, they use guilt to close the gap. 2. The passive competitor. They compare your success to their struggle. They may not say it out loud, but their tone shifts. You feel smaller around them. You feel like you have to downplay your expansion. That's frequency warfare. 3. The concerned anchor. They constantly warn you. They cloak their doubt in care. It's just that I don't want you to get hurt. But what they're really saying is, don't rise too fast. I can't follow. 4. The ghost of the old you. This person only knows the version of you that used to apologize for everything, say yes to everything, settle for anything. And the moment you stop playing that role, they subtly withdraw love, hoping the old you will come back. Let's be honest, this hurts, especially when it comes from people you love. You may wonder, am I abandoning them? Is my growth selfish? Do I owe them the old me? No, you don't owe anyone your lower timeline, and you don't need to shrink to stay connected. You need to hold your frequency, and if the relationship survives, it will be because they rise too. Here's how to navigate this. Step 1. Name the pattern. Ask, who feels most uncomfortable when I grow? Who needs me to stay small for them to feel stable? Who reacts with tension, silence, or concern when I set new standards? Don't judge it. Just see it. Clarity is power. Step 2. Stop explaining. One of the most dangerous reactions to sabotage is over-explaining your evolution. Trying to prove you're still good. Trying to manage their feelings. Trying to be digestible. You are not a frequency translator. You are a signal. Let it speak. Step 3. Make peace with loss. Not everyone can come, and that doesn't mean you failed. It means you're upgrading. And in higher timelines, alignment is more important than loyalty to old roles. Let the ones who can't meet you at your current frequency fall away naturally. Not out of drama, out of design. The truth is this: timeline sabotage doesn't always look like sabotage. Sometimes it looks like support. Sometimes it looks like friendship. Sometimes it looks like family. But anything or anyone that requires you to shrink to stay connected is no longer part of your next timeline. And when you release them, something incredible happens. You reach the upgrade threshold, the moment right before everything starts to shift. And just when things begin to fall apart. That's where we're going next. You've just seen how people, often unknowingly, can pull you back into versions of yourself you've outgrown. And now, something even stranger starts happening. The moment you begin to fully stabilize in a higher frequency. When the vision starts to solidify, the emotions are aligned, and the new identity starts to feel real. Suddenly, everything starts to go wrong. It's the glitch before the shift. Your tech crashes. A relationship explodes. Your income dips. Old emotions you thought you healed reappear. You feel ungrounded, confused, and slightly betrayed by your own growth. This is not failure. This is the almost upgrade phenomenon. And it's the reason many people get within inches of their next timeline, only to snap right back to the old one. Let's define this precisely. The almost upgrade phenomenon is the energetic recoil that occurs when your current reality senses that it is about to be dismantled. Your mind may be ready, your heart may be open, but your field is still entangled with systems, identities, and timelines that are collapsing as you rise. And that collapse causes turbulence. Here's how it looks. You've just landed an aligned opportunity. Suddenly, your car breaks down, your old friend picks a fight, and an unexpected bill hits. Or, you're finally feeling clear and grounded. Out of nowhere, your body floods with anxiety, your sleep is disrupted, and you start questioning everything. That's not a coincidence. It's energetic resistance. Not because you're off path, but because you're almost off-grid from your previous one. And the old grid doesn't want to let go without a fight. This happens for 3 key reasons. 1. Energetic law of collapse. When a timeline is about to dissolve, its structure weakens. People, systems, and patterns built around the old frequency start destabilizing. The chaos you're experiencing isn't punishment. It's a sign that your environment is no longer compatible with the signal you're broadcasting. 2. Identity panic. Your subconscious doesn't crave success, it craves familiarity. And when your internal frequency begins to rise, your identity structure experiences what feels like death. Panics. It wants to return to something it recognizes, even if it's painful. So it starts generating doubts, emotional floods, and self-sabotage. 3. Reality retaliation. Everything in your current life that benefited from your old frequency begins to fight back. Not consciously, but energetically. The job that relied on your overwork. The friend who relied on your silence. The relationship that relied on your codependence. They all start glitching because your upgrade threatens the balance they depended on. But here's the most important part. None of this means you're going backward. It means you're in the middle of the shift. And the turbulence you're experiencing isn't failure, it's friction between 2 timelines, the one you've stabilized in, and the one that hasn't fully let go. So how do you navigate this moment without collapsing? You don't react. You don't interpret every disturbance as a sign. You anchor in the signal you're becoming. Here's how. Step 1. Stop narrating the collapse. Your mind will try to build a story. Maybe I'm not ready. I knew this was too good to be true. This always happens when I try to grow. Pause that. Let the collapse occur without narration. Let discomfort exist without conclusion. This creates energetic space. And space is what allows the new timeline to land. Step 2. Stabilize through the storm. Focus only on the frequency, not the form. If things are falling apart, ask, what energy am I being asked to hold right now? Can I maintain peace in the middle of breakdown? Can I still trust the trajectory? If yes, the chaos cannot stop you. can only refine you. Step 3. Don't negotiate with the old signal. This is critical. As things fall apart, you'll be tempted to return. To the old job just for now. To the old partner just for comfort. To the old habits just to get by. That's not survival. That's rebonding with the old field. And every time you do it, you reset the upgrade process. Hold your line, even if it shakes, especially when it shakes. The almost upgrade is not a punishment. It's your signal saying, you are no longer compatible with this version of reality. Prepare for detachment. Let things go. Let silence stretch. Let uncertainty grow. Because what comes next is the actual leap, not the idea of it. Next, you'll learn how to shift timelines without destroying your life in the process, and how to leap without losing your center. You've now faced the turbulence of the almost upgrade, where everything that doesn't belong in your next timeline starts to fall apart. But here's the danger point. Many people mistake destruction for transformation. They believe that in order to leap into a new life, they must burn everything down. That's not true. You don't have to lose it all to gain something greater. You don't have to shatter your identity to access your truth. You don't have to destroy your current life to build the next one. There is another path. A smarter, cleaner, more grounded shift. Let's walk it now. First, let's name the 2 most common mistakes people make when shifting timelines. 1. The overleap. They try to leap too far, too fast. They quit the job. They leave the relationship. They announce the new identity, all before the new frequency has stabilized. Result? Collapse, confusion, panic. They mistake momentum for readiness and shatter the nervous system. 2. The false pause. They feel the shift rising, but freeze. They wait for perfect timing. They get stuck in alignment prep. They overconsume, overthink, overplan. They say things like, once I feel 100% ready, once I'm totally healed, once it feels safe, the moment passes, the leap fades, and they re-anchor to the old timeline. Both mistakes are rooted in the same problem, trying to control a quantum shift using linear logic. That never works, because timeline shifts don't happen by figuring them out. They happen by holding the frequency of the next reality, long enough for it to crystallize around you, and then moving in harmony with it. So how do you leap timelines without shattering your life? Let's walk through it, clearly, practically, and energetically. Step 1. Identify the quantum pull. Every real timeline shift begins with a pull, not a plan. Feels like a quiet urgency, a deep dissatisfaction that isn't dramatic but unshakable. A soft, persistent voice that says, you can't stay here anymore. This pull is your field aligning with a new frequency. The mistake is ignoring it or trying to map it logically. Don't map it. Feel it. Name it. Own it. Let it become undeniable. Step 2. Start living from the new signal before you leap. You don't leap by quitting. You leap by living as if the shift already happened. Speak as that version of you. Structure your time like that version of you. Make micro-decisions that reflect that timeline. This creates vibrational credibility. And the universe only supports moves that match your energetic authority. Step 3. Prepare your life to receive the shift. If your current life is built around the old frequency, prepare for reconfiguration, not detonation. That means clear your schedule for new bandwidth. Create buffers for emotional recalibration. Anchor practices that support your nervous system. Shifting isn't about bravery. It's about sustainability. And the more stable you become, the more powerful your leap. Step 4. Make the move that matches the signal. At a certain point, action becomes inevitable. Not dramatic action. Not chaotic moves. Aligned moves. End the thing that's complete. Start the thing that's real. Say the truth that unlocks the field. This move is not loud. It's clean. And when it happens, reality bends. Here's what you must understand. You don't need a breakdown to earn a breakthrough. You don't need pain to prove your transformation. You are allowed to shift with grace. You are allowed to upgrade without chaos. You are allowed to live in alignment without apology. Because when your nervous system trusts the frequency, you no longer need to destroy what isn't working. You simply stop feeding it. And it fades. Now that you've seen how to shift without shattering, how to hold a stable field and make real moves without burning down your life, it's time to do what few people truly master. Anchor the new frequency. Because jumping timelines is only half the equation. Staying there is what makes it real. That's what comes next. You've made the leap. You didn't break everything. You didn't lose yourself. You didn't collapse. You held the frequency. You made the move. You crossed the threshold. But now comes something far more subtle. And far more important. Stability. Because jumping to a new timeline is exciting. It's electric, expansive, thrilling. But what happens after the high fades? What happens when the initial charge wears off and reality starts asking, can you actually hold this? That's where most people wobble. They touch the new frequency, but can't live there. And just like a rubber band, their timeline snaps them back. Not because they weren't ready, but because they never anchored. Let's define this clearly. To anchor a frequency means to establish it as your new baseline, regardless of what's happening around you. Not because everything feels perfect, but because your inner signal doesn't shift with the weather. It holds. It leads. It becomes non-negotiable. That's what makes a new timeline real. Not just touching the frequency, but normalizing it. Think about it. You can experience joy for a moment, but can you let it become your atmosphere? You can taste ease, but can you make it your foundation? You can feel success, but can you let it stay, even when it's quiet? These are the questions that determine whether a timeline becomes permanent or just another glimpse. Here's what anchoring is not. It's not affirming harder. It's not visualizing more. It's not hyper-controlling your thoughts. Anchoring is about emotional durability. It's about becoming the kind of person who no longer oscillates between frequencies, but holds one that reflects the life they've decided to live. And yes, decided, because your timeline is not a reward. It's a result of emotional patterns, nervous system baselines, behavioral defaults, self-image wiring, and when those components change, reality conforms. So how do you anchor a new frequency? Let's break it into parts. Step 1. Eliminate the frequency split. Right after an upgrade, there's often a split between who you were and who you've become. You start acting like the new you in public, but default to the old you when things get hard. That's not alignment. That's role-playing. And the universe doesn't respond to performance, it responds to consistency. So ask, where am I still signaling doubt? Where am I still living in the old field, even subtly? What behaviors belong to the past version of me, and why am I still doing them? Collapse the split. Commit to congruence. The more internally clean your signal is, the faster reality settles into the new shape. Step 2. Make the frequency boring. This might sound strange, but it's key. If your new timeline still feels too exciting, it's not anchored yet. Why? Because excitement implies unfamiliarity, and unfamiliarity equals volatility. You don't want your new life to feel euphoric. You want it to feel normal. When peace becomes your background noise, when clarity no longer surprises you, when expansion feels expected, that's anchoring. And the only way to get there is to rehearse the new feeling until it loses its novelty. Not because it's less magical, but because it's no longer exceptional. It's who you are now. Step 3. Create stabilizing rituals. Once you've shifted timelines, your system needs structure, not restriction. Rituals are not control mechanisms. They're anchors. They tell your subconscious, this is the new rhythm now. We are safe here. We stay here. This might mean morning stillness before you connect with the world. Writing from your future identity every day. Tracking how often you respond from alignment versus reaction. Practicing emotional regulation through your body, not your mind. These rituals don't have to be long. They just have to be repeated. Repetition creates familiarity. Familiarity creates trust. Trust creates stability. And that's what holds you on the timeline, even when chaos knocks. Step 4. Watch for re-entry points. Even after a powerful shift, old doorways may try to reopen. An ex shows up just to talk. An old pattern of avoidance kicks in. An old friend tries to pull you back into familiar dysfunction. These are not temptations. They are tests of resonance. Your job isn't to fight them. Your job is to not identify with them anymore. Because when a pattern loses your participation, it loses power. And without power, it fades. The greatest signal to the universe that your timeline shift is real isn't a journal entry. It's your emotional neutrality when the past tries to re-engage. You don't flinch. You don't entertain. You don't collapse. You hold the line. You embody the signal. And the new field becomes permanent. Now that you know how to stabilize in your upgraded timeline, we turn to the key principle most people skip. You must broadcast before you receive. Reality doesn't lead. You do. And it's time to learn how to send the signal before anything shows up, so the field knows you're serious. You've stabilized your new timeline. You've eliminated the split. You've made the upgrade feel normal. Now, you must understand something most people miss, and it's the reason many shifts fail to manifest. You can't wait for the new life to arrive before feeling like the person who lives it. You must broadcast first. That's how the field works. That's how timelines select. That's how reality arranges itself around you. Your life doesn't change because something outside confirms your growth. It changes because your broadcast becomes undeniable before anything happens. Let's break this down. The quantum field doesn't respond to hope, wanting, visualizing alone, vague intention, wishing for proof. It responds to consistency of signal. And your signal is not what you say you believe. It's what you emit in behavior, emotion, and expectation without needing evidence. This is why so many spiritual people struggle. They understand theory, but their nervous system still emits. I'm not safe. It won't last. I don't really believe I can hold this. And the universe listens to that. Not the words, not the vision board, not the morning affirmations. The field listens to what's loudest. And what's loudest is what's rehearsed most often, emotionally. So, how do you begin broadcasting before you receive? How do you wire your field to send the signal now, even if nothing outside has shifted? Let's walk it clearly. Step 1. Stop waiting for proof. You must eliminate the condition. I'll believe it once I see it. That frequency puts you in response mode. And response mode is reactive, not creative. Instead, start from this principle. Reality is a mirror, not a leader. If you want something to reflect back at you, you must emit it first. So ask, what energy would I be feeling if this was already real? What decisions would I make from that version of me? What am I holding back that proves I still don't believe it's coming? And then act from the signal, even if nothing happens. Especially if nothing happens. Step 2. Speak from arrival. Language is frequency. The way you describe your life, your goals, yourself. All of it broadcasts a specific tone. If you keep saying, I'm trying to, hopefully one day, I'm working on becoming, you are confirming a reality where your desire is not yet real. Start speaking from arrival. That doesn't mean lying. It means aligning. Say, this is what I'm available for now. I'm becoming the version of me who already holds that. This is the reality I occupy. Let your language stop chasing. Let it claim. Step 3. Refuse to emotionally rehearse the old life. Every time you emotionally rehearse the old reality, you rewire your field backward. That means complaining, replaying past stories, vividly visualizing worst-case outcomes, letting fear take center stage. Your mind may justify it, but the field doesn't care why. It just records dominant emotion plus repetition equals active signal. So your only job is to rehearse the future you now. Emotionally, energetically, habitually, because the universe doesn't believe your plan. It believes your pattern. And patterns are louder than prayers. Step 4. Embody the signal without an audience. This is the final test. Can you broadcast the upgraded signal even when no one sees it yet? Can you walk like the timeline is real? Speak like the outcome is inevitable? Act with the trust of someone who's already arrived? If yes, you've passed. Because most people only emit power when others validate it. You'll now emit it as a default. And that's when reality begins to obey. Here's what's most important to remember. Every timeline shift is preceded by a field shift. And every field shift begins with you. Before the love arrives, feel how loved you already are. Before the money comes, act like your value is certain. Before the support shows up, move like you're backed by something bigger. That's not faking it. That's training reality to meet your frequency. And once the training becomes stable, the evidence shows up without effort. Next, we'll explore how to go even further, how to collapse time itself by merging with the version of you who already lives the life you're trying to reach. Not just through imagination, but by becoming indistinguishable from that frequency. You've now learned how to stabilize in a new frequency and broadcast your signal with precision, without needing proof, permission, or applause. But there's a level beyond broadcasting. It's not just about alignment, it's about convergence. Because what if the version of you who already lives your dream life isn't out there waiting, but right here in another vibrational thread? This is not imagination. This is multiversal alignment. And it's the quantum art of collapsing timelines by becoming indistinguishable from the self you're currently chasing. Let's be clear. Every version of you that could exist does exist. That's not fantasy. That's quantum mechanics. We live in a multiverse of probable states. And your current identity is not the only you running. There are thousands, maybe millions of yous. The you who chose courage in that one moment. The you who took the risk instead of staying silent. The you who healed instead of hiding. The you who trusted, leapt, and recalibrated faster than you did in this timeline. They're not imaginary. They're real. They just exist on different vibrational threads. And you can access them, but not by wishing, by matching. Here's how this works. Each version of you broadcasts a distinct frequency based on beliefs, emotions, habits, decisions, identity structures. And every moment you're tuning into one thread of that multiverse based on your dominant signal. You're not chasing your future self. You're either matching them or missing them. And when you match, the timelines collapse. Not metaphorically, experientially. Reality shifts. Circumstances change. People disappear. Opportunities reorganize. Time bends. Because you didn't force reality to change. You became a match for the version of you who already lives it. Here's the critical mistake most people make. They visualize the future self like a movie, something separate. They project it as a distant goal. They feel inspired temporarily. But then, they return to the current self. Why? Because they never merged. And inspiration without identity change is just emotional inflation. You don't need to reach the future you. You need to remove everything in the way of becoming them now. Let's walk through the multiversal alignment process, clearly and precisely. Step 1. Define the coordinates of the desired self. Ask, how does that version of me feel most of the day? What decisions do they make without hesitation? What boundaries are non-negotiable? What do they never tolerate? What emotions are no longer part of their life? What identity structure have they released completely? Write this version clearly, not as a fantasy but as a field structure. This version of you is not magical. They're logical based on different assumptions. Locate those assumptions. They are the coordinates. Step 2. Identify the gaps, with no judgment. Now compare. Where are you still emotionally rehearsing the old self? Where are you making decisions from survival instead of trust? Where are your behaviors still organized around fear? This is not shame. This is clarity. Because every gap between your current self and your desired self is a signal interruption. And you can't collapse a timeline when your field is divided. See the gap. and commit to closing it deliberately. Step 3. Collapse time through identity fusion. You don't have to wait years to become that version. Time is not linear. Identity is not locked. So ask, what would I wear today if I was already them? How would I walk into this room? How would I structure this hour? What would I not even think about anymore? Then do it. This is not fake it till you make it. This is act as if you already remembered. Because the truth is, this version of you already exists. They're just waiting for you to tune in and stop pretending you're not ready. Step 4. Stay in merge long enough for matter to rearrange. This is the part where most people flinch. They align for a day. They feel the charge. Then, when no immediate reward appears, they default back. That's not merging. That's visiting. And visitors don't claim timelines. You must stay in the merged identity long enough for reality to bend around you. That means you hold the line even when it's quiet. You show up as them before being rewarded. You act like them even when no one notices. Because the universe doesn't operate on applause. It operates on consistency. And when you become unshakably you, the timeline fuses. Now that you've seen how to collapse timelines by becoming the version of you who already lives what you want, it's time to upgrade your imagination. Because most people visualize from lack. And that mistake alone can keep your timeline just out of reach. Let's fix that next. You've just learned that the future version of you isn't something to reach for, but something to merge with. Now we need to address one of the most popular and misunderstood tools in all of manifestation: visualization. Because chances are, you've been doing it wrong. Not because you lack imagination, not because your desires are unclear, but because you've been visualizing for the life you want, instead of from the version of you who already has it. And that difference? It's everything. Let's clarify the problem. Most people use visualization as emotional escape. They close their eyes. They imagine what they want. They feel inspired for a moment, but when they open their eyes, they return to a completely different frequency. Why? Because they were visualizing from lack. They imagined a reality they don't believe in, and hoped the vision would pull them out of their current one. But visualization doesn't work that way. If you're sending a signal of absence while imagining presence, the field only hears the absence. It doesn't respond to the picture. It responds to the emotional state you held while imagining. So here's the fix. Visualize from the timeline, not for it. That means you don't imagine what it would be like someday. You imagine what it's like right now, from within the moment. You see through the eyes of the version who already has it. You feel as if the environment around you is already shaped by your signal. This isn't fantasy. It's vibrational rehearsal. Here's how to do it properly. Step 1. Drop the distance. Stop imagining outcomes like they're on a screen. Instead of saying, what if I had that house someday? What would it be like to be financially free? How cool would it be if I had that partner? Say, this is what it feels like to walk through that house. This is how my body feels being financially free. This is how I wake up next to that partner. Every day. Step into the moment itself, not the dream of the moment. Distance is the illusion. Presence is the signal. Step 2. Match the environment emotionally. As you visualize, don't just picture the thing. Feel what emotions that version of you has normalized. Ask, what is so obvious to this version of me that I don't even question it anymore? What do I feel bored of? Because it's already a given? What do I expect automatically now? Then sit in that. Not excitement. Familiarity. That's how you know the frequency is landing. Step 3. Anchor the signal post-visualization. The biggest mistake people make? They return to their old self right after visualizing. They finish the meditation and immediately start reacting to their day from the current timeline. That breaks the frequency bridge. So instead, walk away still in character. Speak like it's already true. Make one decision that reflects the timeline you just stepped into. This continuity creates coherence. And coherence is what makes the field realign. Step 4. Let go of the when. This is critical. If you keep asking, when will this happen? How long will it take? Why isn't it here yet? You've exited the timeline, because the version of you already living it isn't waiting. They're being. That's the secret. The moment you stop waiting, you start matching. And the moment you match, it starts materializing not as a reward, but as a reflection. So here's the shift. Stop visualizing from hope. Start visualizing from identity. Because you're not here to wish. You're here to remember. And the version of you who lives the life you crave isn't ahead of you. They're parallel. Reach sideways. Match the signal. And walk forward like it's already yours. Because once you stop projecting your future into the distance, it arrives. Next, we'll explore how to reprogram the subconscious timeline selector, the part of you that's been choosing your current reality 24/7, and how to install a new default once and for all. So far, you've shifted timelines. You've stabilized. You've learned how to merge with your future self. You've mastered how to visualize from the inside of the life you want. But there's a deeper control panel, the one that overrides your intentions when you're not watching. It's the timeline selector in your subconscious. And here's the unsettling truth. It's been choosing your life all along. Not your vision boards. Not your morning routines. Not your conscious desires. It's the silent selector, a set of deeply wired subconscious beliefs and identity codes that's been deciding what timeline you're living in. 24/7. Automatically, without your permission. Until now. Let's break it down. Your subconscious mind is not trying to give you the best life. It's trying to keep you safe. And safe to your subconscious means familiar. So whatever emotional state you've repeated the most, overwhelm, survival, lack, hypervigilance, rejection, becomes the energetic safe zone. And your subconscious builds a reality that mirrors that emotional baseline because it's what it trusts. Even if it's miserable. That's the timeline selector. It doesn't choose based on what you want. It chooses based on what you've rehearsed emotionally. That's why people say, I want peace but keep living in drama. I want abundance but unconsciously block money. I want deep love but run from intimacy. They're not lying. They're not weak. They're just running an old code. And that code is stronger than their conscious preferences. Unless it's rewritten. So let's rewrite it. Let's update the subconscious timeline selector so that your default reality becomes one you actually want, not one you're trapped in. This happens through coding rituals, consistent inputs that rewire the selector over time. Here's the exact sequence. Step 1. Identify the current selector code. Ask yourself, what emotion do I return to, no matter how much I try to grow? What pattern keeps appearing, even after I've done the work? What timeline do I keep re-entering, despite my progress? That's your current selector setting. It's been silently directing your decisions, relationships, and self-image for years. You can't replace what you haven't revealed. So name it. Step 2. Trace the original install point. Every selector code began somewhere. A moment, a season, a decision made under stress. Maybe it was the year everything fell apart. Maybe it was a parent's voice. Maybe it was trauma you never finished processing. Ask, what experience taught me this emotional state was normal? When did I start believing that this version of reality was inevitable? Whose voice still runs in the background of my mind? You're not trying to relive the pain. You're extracting the code. And once you have the code, you can change the operating system. Step 3. Design the replacement frequency. Now ask, what emotion would be dominant in my ideal life? What is the primary state of my future self? What belief would automatically choose a better timeline for me? Examples. Ease is safe. Overflow is my default. I am supported when I expand. Receiving is familiar to me. I expect alignment. These aren't affirmations. They're command codes. And the more you install them, the faster your selector begins choosing new realities without resistance. Step 4. Install through ritual. This is where most people get lazy. They want to change their life, but they don't want to train their field. You must repeat your new selector codes in emotionally immersive ways, until your subconscious starts believing this is the new normal. Here's how. Mornings. Upon waking, speak your code aloud while breathing into your body. Anchor it with feeling, not logic. Movement. Repeat the code while walking, stretching, or moving your body. This creates neuromuscular memory. Before sleep, repeat the code mentally until it becomes the last thought your mind holds before drifting off. We'll go deeper on this in the next chapter. Micro decisions. Ask throughout the day, what would someone who believes this do next? Then do it. The key is emotional rehearsal. That's what the subconscious listens to. Words without feeling equals no signal. But words infused with belief, rhythm, repetition, and emotional charge? Timeline selector. Updated. Step 5. Starve the old code. It's not enough to install a new code. You must stop feeding the old one. That means, stop emotionally indulging in worst-case thinking. Stop repeating survival stories as identity. Stop validating your old timeline with current complaints. Even if the old reality is still present, withdraw your emotional investment. Because when you stop rehearsing the old frequency, it stops being your selector default. This is the truth most people don't want to accept. You don't become who you want to be by thinking new thoughts once. You become them by installing a new code over and over until the signal becomes louder than the past. Then the timeline shifts. Then the evidence appears. Then the miracles happen. Not because you forced them, but because your subconscious now expects them. That's when the field responds automatically. And that response becomes even more powerful when you unlock your most hidden and untapped selector portal. Sleep. That's where we're headed next. You've just learned how to reprogram your subconscious timeline selector, the hidden code that's been quietly organizing your life behind the scenes. But there's one portal into that selector that's more powerful than all others. It's where your conscious defenses disappear, where your identity relaxes, where your field is completely open. That portal is sleep, and most people are wasting it. Every night, your brain and body drop into the exact state needed to rewrite reality. And instead of using it consciously, you drift off thinking about stress. You fall asleep replaying fear. You end the day unconsciously rehearsing the version of yourself you're trying to escape, which means your nervous system anchors it deeper. But if you reverse that, if you use sleep as an intentional jumping point, you can enter dream state frequency jumping. And it's one of the most efficient ways to align with and collapse into new timelines. Here's the key insight. During the 30 minutes before sleep and the first 30 minutes after waking, your brain enters theta and delta states, extremely receptive frequencies. This is when the subconscious is most programmable. Resistance is lowest. Suggestion becomes architecture. Visualization becomes imprint. And most importantly, your identity is most fluid. That's the window. And that's when you jump timelines most easily. Let's walk through the exact process. Step 1. Eliminate contaminated inputs. You can't program a new timeline if you fall asleep on an old one. So, no scrolling, no drama TV, no replays of what went wrong, no planning from anxiety. Clear your field at least 30 minutes before bed. This tells your nervous system, we're not reinforcing the old. We're preparing for something higher. Sleep is not an escape. It's a portal. Prepare accordingly. Step 2. Install the jump signal. Once your field is clean, you install the new timeline signal. Do not make this complicated. Make it felt. Lie in bed. Close your eyes. Ask, what does it feel like to be the version of me who already lives in alignment? How would they fall asleep tonight? What does safety feel like right now? Then marinate in that frequency. Don't narrate it. Don't analyze it. Just feel it as if nothing else is true. Let it wash over your nervous system. This is the jump. Step 3. Speak the new code as you drift. As your consciousness dissolves into sleep, begin repeating your selector phrase internally. Soft, rhythmic, until you're too relaxed to continue. Example, everything supports me now. I am aligned with my highest timeline. This is who I am now. It's safe to receive. My reality upgrades while I sleep. Repeat slowly, without forcing. Let it be the last broadcast your subconscious receives before entering dream state. That signal carries over, and it begins reshaping your inner landscape while your conscious self rests. Step 4. Capture the signals upon waking. When you wake up, don't immediately check your phone. Your system is still in a semi-programmable state. Instead, stay still. Ask, what signal is still with me from last night? Notice the emotional texture of your body. Reinforce it with breath, visualization, or spoken affirmation. This locks in the frequency, and it increases the chance that your new timeline sticks throughout the day. Step 5. Interpret dream feedback. Optional, but powerful. Over time, you may begin receiving dream signals, symbols, messages, even full dream sequences that feel different. These are not random. Your subconscious is testing new scripts. Your field is previewing new timelines. Track them. Write them down. Ask, what is this showing me about the version of me I'm becoming? This creates a loop of awareness between your waking and dreaming states. And once those states begin communicating, your timeline shifts become continuous, not isolated. The key is this: sleep is not passive. It's a choice. And every night you're either rehearsing a reality you hate or building the energetic blueprint of the life you're calling in. One leaves you in loops. The other creates quantum leaps without effort. Because when your subconscious starts selecting your future self by default, there's nothing left to force. Reality updates while you dream. And when you wake, you're already living closer to the life you used to chase. Now that you've unlocked your sleep portal, you're ready to make the shift conscious again. With a daily ritual that locks your frequency first thing each morning and prevents the world from hijacking your timeline. That's next. You now know how to use sleep to jump timelines, your most receptive state wide open to frequency updates. But what happens when you wake up? That first hour is sacred. It's where timelines are either stabilized or stolen. And most people don't realize that the moment they open their eyes, they begin unconsciously syncing to the same signal that ruled yesterday. The body reaches for the phone. The mind opens its inbox. The nervous system preps for the same stressors. And boom, they're back. Back in the same loop. Back on the same thread. Back inside a timeline they meant to outgrow. All before brushing their teeth. This is not because they lack willpower. It's because their field wasn't anchored fast enough. Here's the truth. Your energy is impressionable in the first 30 minutes after waking. Your frequency is neutral, open to programming. And if you don't consciously claim the signal, the world will choose one for you. Usually the old one. Usually the noisy one. Usually the one you've been trying to escape. So what do? You take control. Right away. Immediately. That's what this 7-minute ritual is for. It's not a wellness routine. It's not a motivational pep talk. It's a frequency lock. Let's walk through it now. Minute 1. Breathe into conscious occupation. Before you check anything, speak softly. I occupy this body. I occupy this field. I choose the signal. Breathe slowly, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Feel your body as a vessel, a signal tower, a tuner. This brings you back from the dream state as the operator, not a passenger. Minute 2. Feel the target emotion. Ask yourself, what emotion would my future timeline normalize? Is it ease? Certainty? Freedom? Power? Whatever it is, name it. Then generate it manually. How? Picture the last time you felt it and replay it. Inhabit it in your chest, your belly, your breath. Let your system practice the state until it's familiar. You're not waiting to feel good. You're training the state that matches your next timeline. Minute 3. Choose one identity statement. Now lock the emotional state with identity. Example statements. This is who I am now. I lead with clarity today. Receiving is normal for me. Everything adjusts to meet my energy. I move like I already have it. Speak it slowly. 3 times. Let the statement overwrite yesterday's code. This is not a pep talk. It's a command. Minute 4. Scan for interference. Next, close your eyes and ask, what wants to sneak in today that doesn't belong? Pause. You might see a fear, an old thought loop, a name, conversation, an emotion that doesn't match your direction. You don't argue with it. You don't suppress it. You name it, and then say, that's not my signal anymore. Let it go. This is preemptive calibration. Minute 5. Future memory glimpse. Now, replay one future moment from within the future timeline. Don't watch it like a movie. Be in it, walking into that space, getting that message, signing that contract, holding that hand, feeling that version of you. Let the nervous system rehearse familiarity. That makes it normal, and normal is what makes it land. Minute 6. Choose a matching microaction. Ask, what one thing would I do today if I were already that version of me? Could be tiny. Send the message. Say the no. Write the page. Take the walk. Cancel the obligation. Lock it in. Say it aloud. This brings your field into movement. Minute 7. Close the loop with final signal claim. Finish by repeating one anchoring phrase. Only what matches me may enter. Or, my field is tuned. My life follows. Speak it once with conviction. Then begin your day as if you've already arrived. Because if you don't lock the signal before the world begins, you risk spending the rest of your day defending it. Now, even with perfect morning alignment, there's one thing that can still corrupt your field fast. And most people don't even notice it because they willingly participate in it. That's what we uncover next. You've locked in your frequency. You've chosen your identity each morning. You've reprogrammed your subconscious. You've made your field the master switch. But despite all this, you feel your energy slipping during the day. You lose clarity. Your confidence fades. Your vision clouds. Your nervous system subtly tightens. You feel pulled back, like a fog entered the room. It didn't start from a dramatic event. There was no major setback. So what happened? Your frequency got hijacked. Not by trauma, not by a person, but by inputs. Specifically, the music you're listening to, the media you're consuming, and the words you're saying without even thinking. These are the silent threats to your timeline. And if you don't guard against them, they'll drag you back into a frequency you don't even remember choosing. Let's get precise. Your timeline doesn't just depend on your thoughts. It's upheld by a signal loop, a constant exchange between your inner world and your external inputs. If your inputs are feeding fear, confusion, rage, lack, or mockery of truth, your nervous system starts adjusting. And when your nervous system adjusts, your selector changes. Now you're on a new track, one that feels familiar, even if you hate it. That's how fast corruption happens. Let's name the 3 biggest threats. 1. Music with mismatched emotion. Sound is frequency. Lyrics are spells. You don't just hear music, you absorb it. If you're building a life of clarity and peace, but blasting breakup pain, rage, nihilism, or emotional chaos on repeat, you're telling your field, this is what I'm preparing for, even if you're not conscious of it. So ask, is this song aligned with the world I'm building? Would my future self even recognize this vibe? Do these lyrics reflect my new identity? If not, cut it off. You can't build a future while looping the soundtrack of your past. 2. Media that normalizes dysfunction. Every reel, show, podcast, and headline you consume is data. If that data glorifies dysfunction, saturates you in stress, programs you with sarcasm, teaches you to distrust joy, triggers doom anticipation, you're not being informed, you're being entrained. Remember, reality is listening, and repetition creates recognition. If your nervous system keeps watching conflict and chaos, it assumes that's your baseline expectation and begins selecting timelines that match. Your field doesn't know the difference between content and experience. It simply tunes to what's loudest. Choose silence over static. Choose alignment over catching up. This is timeline hygiene. 3. Words that backfire. You don't just speak, you code. Words are frequency carriers. They reinforce your energetic coordinates every time they leave your mouth. If you keep saying, "I'm broke," it's always something. "I'm just tired all the time." "My life is a mess." "Things never work out for me." "I can't catch a break." That's not honesty. That's broadcasting. And the field isn't passive. Takes those signals as instructions. You're not venting. You're reinforcing. Speak from where you're going, not where you've been. Or say nothing. Here's the fix. Step 1. Audit the day's inputs. At night, ask, what media did I allow into my field today? What words came out of my mouth that my future self would never speak? What sounds, voices, lyrics, or headlines made me feel even slightly off? Track it. Don't judge it. Just become conscious. Step 2. Replace with signal-enhancing inputs. You don't need silence all the time, but you need intentional signal alignment. Music that lifts instead of loops. Words that feel like the future you. Voices that challenge and elevate. Environments that soothe, not stir. These inputs don't just change your mood. They stabilize your selector. Step 3. Speak like your future is listening. Because it is. Every time you describe your life, the universe assumes you're confirming the new coordinates. So before you say anything habitual, ask, is this how someone on my next timeline would speak? Would this statement call in more of what I want or less? Then speak accordingly, with brevity, with intention, with silence when necessary. Your tongue is a tuning fork. Use it wisely. Most people don't sabotage their timelines with huge mistakes. They sabotage them with micro-inputs that seem harmless but echo across days, weeks, and months. A lyric on repeat. Complaint said in jest. A reality TV binge. A podcast that numbs instead of sharpens. A conversation they should have exited 10 minutes earlier. These are frequency decisions. And frequency is destiny. Now that you've cleaned the noise, it's time to deal with the frustration that comes when your timeline still hasn't appeared yet. Even though you've done everything right, that's next. You've cleaned the noise. You've guarded your inputs. You've spoken only what matches your frequency. But despite everything, the rituals, the reprogramming, the clarity, something still feels off. You can sense the timeline. You can almost smell it, almost touch it. You feel closer than ever, and yet nothing's changed. No big shift, no breakthrough, no external proof. What's going on? Welcome to the invisibility effect. It's not that your desired reality doesn't exist. It's not that you're off track. It's that your signal isn't fully visible to it, and vice versa. Yet, let's unpack this precisely. The invisibility effect occurs when your internal frequency is in transition, but your external environment hasn't caught up. You're no longer matching the past, but not yet fully locked into the future. So you enter a perceptual dead zone. Your nervous system can't fully trust either signal. Your mind starts scanning for failure. The field feels quiet, vague, indecisive. Your desires feel distant, like static on the edge of a channel. You're not misaligned. You're just not fully tuned in. Yet, why does this happen? Because the universe doesn't show you your new timeline the moment you think you're ready. It shows you once you become indistinguishable from the version of you who already lives it. And sometimes that version is so close, but your emotional residue still pulls you slightly off. Here are the most common causes of reality invisibility. 1. Waiting energy still lingers. If your thoughts still carry traces of, when will it finally happen? Why isn't it here yet? What am I missing? You've exited the frequency of arrival. You're not on the way anymore. You're in seeking mode. And seeking vibrates at lack, not alignment. 2. Overchecking for results. If you're constantly looking for confirmation, refreshing your email, analyzing conversations, doubting after one slow day, you're not stable yet. The version of you who already has what you want isn't checking. They're receiving. 3. Emotional identity isn't fully rewired. You may have new thoughts, but if your dominant emotional state still mirrors the old you, the field doesn't lock in, because reality responds to emotion, not thought. If you still feel hypervigilant, doubtful, undeserving, braced for disappointment, you're signaling the past, even if your vision says otherwise. So how do you correct the invisibility effect? How do you make your timeline see you and reflect back accordingly? Let's walk through it now. Step 1. Stop hunting the timeline. Let this be the moment you stop asking, where is it? Why hasn't it happened? Am I blocking it somehow? Instead, say, if I can feel it, it's real. If I'm already broadcasting it, it's on the way, whether I see it or not. That's not pretending. That's field physics. You don't keep checking the oven if you already know the recipe. You let it bake. You hold the heat. You trust the result. Step 2. Rehearse the state of arrival without evidence. Do not wait for results to validate the energy. Rehearse the feeling now. How would your posture change? What decisions wouldn't even cross your mind anymore? What would you be bored of because it's already resolved? Feel the quiet certainty that only shows up when the desire is no longer urgent, just present. Step 3. Create proof moments internally. Since external evidence hasn't arrived yet, create proof simulations within yourself. Ask, what would a day in that timeline sound like? What would my inner dialogue say by default? What would I no longer be trying to fix? Then simulate it. Walk through your day carrying that version of self as your narrator. This is frequency training. And eventually, the external timeline becomes visible because you never exited the internal one. Step 4. Declare the visibility contract. Say aloud, I am no longer invisible to the life I want. My signal is clean. My field is coherent. I am seen. Speak it once. And then act like someone who's already been picked. Because the invisibility effect is not punishment. It's a test of consistency. And consistency collapses the gap. Now, we'll use what you've learned to do something even more powerful. Trace the timeline back to your future self and follow the breadcrumbs to exactly where you're going. That's next. You've stabilized your signal. You've corrected the invisible phase. You've learned to hold the frequency of arrival without proof. Now it's time to do something most people don't realize is even possible. Work backward from your future self and map out the exact signal trail they left behind. Because your next level self hasn't just been waiting. They've been leaving breadcrumbs, subtle moments, whispers in your nervous system, emotional nudges, strange desires, oddly timed inspiration, all of it clues, not from the past, from the future. This is reverse timeline mapping. And once you learn to track your future self's signature, you stop second-guessing everything. You start following what's already been encoded. And every day becomes a message from the version of you who's already living your highest frequency. Here's the key premise. Timelines are not linear. They're entangled, which means the future can influence the present through feeling, intuition, and energetic pulls. You've already felt it, that urge to leave something you couldn't explain, a sudden flood of peace after making a hard decision, a strange attraction to a place, person, or phrase, a hunch you followed that changed everything. You thought it was coincidence. It wasn't. It was your future signal reaching back. And now it's time to read it clearly and follow it forward. Let's map it together. Step 1. Identify the impossible clarity moments. Think back. Where did you make a decision or take action that defied logic but felt perfect? Ask, when did I move without fully understanding why? What did I feel before making that bold shift? Where did I just know something, even if I couldn't explain it? Write those down. These are future markers. Not random, not impulsive. They were you, aligning across time. Step 2. Track the emotional pattern behind the pull. For each clarity moment, ask, what emotion did I feel right before that moment of knowing? What state did I return to afterward? Often it's peace, relief, quiet certainty, grounded anticipation. That emotion is part of your future signal profile. And your job now is to rehearse that state regularly, because it's the key to syncing with that thread again. Step 3. List the recurring desires you've dismissed. Your future self doesn't yell. They repeat, over and over. So ask, what desires have I felt for years that I keep brushing off? What dreams won't leave me alone, even when I try to be realistic? What identity pulls me, no matter how inconvenient it feels? These are not indulgences. They're coordinates, and they are traceable if you stop treating them as fantasy. Follow the repetition. That's your signal trail. Step 4. Create a map phrase. Now, distill your signal trail into one phrase. I follow the signal of under. Fill in the blank with your emotional anchor. Peace, power, precision, expansion, overflow, safety, sovereignty. Let that be your compass. Say it each morning. Write it at night. It's not just a mantra. It's an alignment lock. Step 5. Actively respond to future nudges. From now on, if you feel pulled to reach out, do it. If you're urged to end something, end it. If your body says go, go. If a desire surges, write it. Name it. Trust it. You're not feeling things. You're being contacted by the next you, and the faster you respond, the stronger the thread becomes. You are not figuring this out from scratch. You are following a path that's already been laid, in the quiet moments, in the magnetic urges, in the emotions that feel like home. That's what your future self left behind. And when you honor that trail, you don't just find your next timeline. You become the one who was always headed there. Next, we're going to confront the echoes of the past that still try to pull you off track, and how to silence them for good. You've stabilized in a higher signal. You've tracked the breadcrumbs from your future self. You've begun to walk in alignment with a version of you who no longer questions their trajectory. And now, the past starts knocking. A message from someone you no longer talk to. A self-doubt you thought was healed. A sudden burst of sadness you can't explain. A toxic habit flaring up like it never left. You thought you were done with all of it. But now it feels like some invisible force is trying to pull you backward. That force is real. It's not your imagination. It's not sabotage. It's not failure. It's a timeline echo. And it's the energetic resistance that arises when you threaten to leave an old reality. For good. Here's how this works. Every identity you've ever embodied created a field. That field had a frequency, an emotional climate, a nervous system baseline, a pattern of expectations, a belief network. And the longer you lived in that identity, the more solid that timeline became. When you start aligning with a new timeline, when you begin embodying a self who no longer resonates with the old energy, the field of the past doesn't just disappear. Protests, not because it's evil, but because it's losing its grip. And so it begins to echo. The timeline echo shows up in subtle but powerful ways. People from your past re-enter, suddenly mirroring old dynamics. Unprocessed emotions resurface, seemingly out of nowhere. Old triggers reactivate even though you haven't thought about them in ages. Temptations to fall back into former habits spike dramatically. Synchronicities that feel off begin to appear, like deja vu from a version of you that's fading. And if you don't recognize the echo for what it is, you may mistake it for a sign to go back, a warning, a test you failed, proof that you haven't grown. But none of that is true. The echo is not a sign you're wrong. It's confirmation that you're about to break free. Let's be very clear. Timeline echoes are field inertia, the energetic momentum of who you used to be, attempting to remain relevant. Your nervous system remembers survival. Your ego remembers safety. Your subconscious remembers familiarity. And all of it screams, "Are you sure you want to change this? What if we go back just for a second? Wouldn't it be easier to return to what we know?" The echo is not a question. It's a pull. And your job is not to fight it. Your job is to see it for what it is, a flicker of a fading identity. Let's now learn how to silence it for good. Step 1. Recognize the echo for what it is. The echo doesn't come with a name tag. It comes disguised as random sadness, an old playlist, an ex texting just to check in, a job opportunity that matches your old self. That one thought loop you thought you buried years ago. The mistake is thinking it's meaningful. It's not. It's mechanical. So when the echo shows up, say, "This is an echo of who I used to be. It's not my signal anymore." Naming it weakens it. Step 2. Stop feeding the field. When the echo arrives, the temptation is to engage the drama, analyze the old pattern, try to solve what already ended, call a friend to rehash it, emotionally rehearse the pain again. That recharges the old field, keeps it alive. Instead, withdraw your energy. Do not respond. Do not explain. Do not decode. Just feel it pass through and move. The field fades faster when you don't feed it. Step 3. Fortify the new identity with microacts. Every time the old shows up, use it as a trigger to amplify the new. Feel the fear, take the aligned action anyway. Hear the self-doubt, speak your future code out loud. Sense the old pattern, break it immediately with an opposite move. This creates an override. And overrides are how timelines get reselect permanently. Step 4. Detach from the narrative. One of the most dangerous parts of the echo is the story you attach to it. You'll say, "Maybe this means I didn't heal. I thought I was done with this. Am I just not meant for more?" This always happens when I try to grow. None of these thoughts are coming from your higher self. They're coming from the echo, speaking in your voice. Don't explain it. Don't spiritualize it. Don't justify the pull. Feel the sensation. Name it. Let it pass. The echo fades fastest when you stop giving it a plot. Step 5. Mark the end. You don't have to wait for the echo to die out naturally. You can declare it over. Say aloud, "That field has expired. That story is closed. That signal no longer exists in my body." Even if part of you doesn't believe it, speak it. This is vibrational authorship. And the moment you stop apologizing for the old you, you stop attracting reminders of them. You're not being haunted by your past. You're being tested by your future. And the echo is not an invitation to regress. It's an opportunity to anchor the new self more deeply. So the next time it arrives, smile. Because now you know exactly what it is. Next, we're going to decode something most people never connect to: frequency. The tiny, unconscious choices you make all day, and how every one of them is secretly shifting your timeline, whether you realize it or not. You've seen the echo. You've silenced it. You've stopped letting the past call you back. Now you stand on stable ground. A higher signal. Cleaner field. A future you can almost touch. But here's something most never realize. You don't leap timelines once in a while. You're doing it constantly with every choice you make. Every micro decision. What to say or not say. What to eat or not eat. What thought you rehearse. What content you consume. What posture you hold. What silence you keep. What message you send. What emotion you feed. Is a quantum selector. And those small, seemingly trivial acts, they don't just shift your day. They shift your timeline. Let's be clear. Reality isn't one big chunk. It's a thread, millions of micro adjustments, each compounding into a trajectory. And your dominant signal determines what possibilities become visible to you. But it's not a once-a-day choice. It's every moment. That's why someone can spend 5 minutes in full alignment, then spend the rest of the day contradicting it through small, unconscious actions. The signal gets scrambled. The timeline resets. The shift doesn't hold. They say, "I thought I was changing." They were, but they weren't consistent enough for reality to reflect it. Let's break this down practically. Every choice you make does two things: confirms your current identity, instructs the field what to mirror next. That means eating like your future self is a timeline shift. Saying no to what your past self accepted is a timeline shift. Holding your boundaries with a calm nervous system is a timeline shift. Refusing to replay old mental loops is a timeline shift. Saying "not today" to an old emotion is a timeline shift. These choices look small. They are seismic. So how do you use this with precision? How do you build a life where timeline shifts aren't rare, they're constant, conscious, and stacked? Let's map it. Step 1. Identify your choice forks. A choice fork is any daily moment where you default to the old but could choose the new. Examples: the scroll that numbs, the thought loop that spirals, the social obligation you regret, the snack that drains your energy, the sentence you say to keep peace instead of tell truth, the apology you give to avoid discomfort. Map your 3 most common forks. Then write, "From now on, when this shows up, I choose differently." Prepare the response in advance. Clarity eliminates regression. Step 2. Make invisible decisions visible. So many of your timeline shifts get sabotaged not by big decisions but by autopilot mode. Your body reacts before you think. Your emotions decide before logic kicks in. Your nervous system plays tape before you even notice. Change that by narrating your choices aloud. Seriously. Say, "I'm about to speak from fear." Stopping. "I was about to shrink." Pausing instead. "I'm reaching for something that keeps me stuck." Choosing again. This rewires pattern recognition. And recognition precedes override. Step 3. Choose for frequency, not just outcome. Most people make decisions like this. What will get me the result fastest? What will cause the least discomfort? What makes the most sense to others? Wrong frame. New timeline logic is, what will most reinforce my new frequency? Because frequency selects visibility, and visibility selects outcome. Ask before any decision. Does this upgrade or dilute my field? Would my future self make this move? What signal does this action broadcast? That's quantum focus. Step 4. Practice preemptive decisions. Most people wait until they're tired, triggered, or overwhelmed to try making conscious choices. But when the system's charged, the old timeline wins. So don't wait. Decide before you're tested. Examples: when they bring this up, I will stay silent. If I feel attacked, I'll respond with grounded presence. No matter how I feel at 4 p.m., I'm going for that walk. If I wake up heavy, I'll still run the ritual. These preemptive moves create energetic structure. They make the new timeline harder to shake. Step 5. Stack wins without applause. You don't need the world to clap. You need the field to adjust. And every time you choose an alignment, even when no one sees it, the signal sharpens. Reality doesn't need to be impressed. It needs to be informed. Inform it through 10 seconds of self-trust, 1 breath of emotional neutrality, 1 sentence spoken from new embodiment, 1 hour where you didn't betray yourself. These are quantum upgrades. Don't discount them. You're not waiting for one big moment to shift your life. You're making thousands of micro decisions that collectively bend reality into shape. So start treating each one like it matters. Because it does. And the more of them you get right, the faster you wake up in a life that feels foreign. Because it used to be just a dream. Next, you'll discover how strange physical signs begin to appear when your frequency truly shifts, and why they're actually markers of dimensional transition. So you've shifted. You've overridden the echo. You've stabilized in new patterns. You've chosen differently, not once, but over and over again. And now something peculiar is happening. Objects show up out of nowhere. People return unexpectedly. Opportunities surface with no clear origin. You remember things that didn't used to be there. Or suddenly, you notice patterns that were invisible before. You might think these are coincidences. You might dismiss them as random. They're not. These are timeline artifacts. And they are very real. Let's define it clearly. A timeline artifact is a physical or symbolic element that suddenly appears in your awareness or reality after a vibrational shift, as if it's always been there. But it wasn't. Not until you changed. These artifacts are not created from scratch. They're re-revealed to you once your signal aligns with their existence. They've been waiting on a frequency band you couldn't previously access. Now that your field has shifted, so has your visibility. Here's what timeline artifacts can look like. A journal entry you forgot you wrote suddenly makes complete sense. A book on your shelf you've walked past for years now feels magnetic. A person reaches out from the past, but the dynamic is completely transformed. A skill you've never trained you now somehow understand instinctively. A memory changes as if the version you recall has subtly adjusted. A solution appears, but only because you're now the version of you who can see it. And these aren't just oddities. They are confirmation. They're the universe saying, you are now tuned to a different broadcast, and this is what it contains. Let's decode the 3 main types of timeline artifacts, so when they show up, you don't question them. You recognize them as proof. 1. Memory artifacts. These are shifts in your recollection, not because you're confused, but because you're syncing with a parallel version of your own past. Examples: suddenly remembering a conversation differently. Recalling details that feel real but never happened in your original timeline. Noticing a different emotional meaning in something you thought you understood. These are not glitches. They are alignment updates. Your nervous system has synced with a timeline where those memories have new coding, and so they present differently. You're not broken. You're realigning. 2. Environmental artifacts. This includes objects, books, messages, and even locations that suddenly become relevant. You may walk by a store you've never seen, find an old file on your computer that feels brand new, rediscover a half-finished idea that now feels perfect. These were not irrelevant before. You just weren't vibrationally compatible with their meaning. Now you are. And their appearance isn't accidental. It's a sign that your new self is pulling reality into coherence with it. 3. Synchronicity artifacts. This is the most common and the most disorienting. You begin noticing symbols repeating across days, names or phrases showing up everywhere, numbers, animal totems, songs, and phrases aligning across locations. People saying the same sentence to you, unaware of each other. This is the field calibrating to your new signal signature. These events may feel eerie. Don't shrink from them. They are breadcrumb confirmations, letting you know that your broadcast is now loud enough to ripple through physical form. What do you do when artifacts appear? Here's the protocol. Step 1. Stop dismissing the unexplainable. Most people shrug off timeline artifacts because they don't fit neatly into logic. Stop that. Say instead, this belongs here now because I do. Your reality adjusts in direct proportion to your acceptance of expansion. The faster you allow the miraculous, the faster it normalizes. Step 2. Engage with the artifact. If something shows up, don't ignore it. If it's a book, open it. If it's a person, respond. If it's a phrase, repeat it aloud. If it's an idea, capture it. Artifacts are activators, they want participation. The more you engage with what appears, the more the field offers next. Step 3. Declare the shift. Say aloud, this confirms I am no longer living in the previous timeline. I accept and stabilize the new broadcast. Speak it. Claim it. This is the energetic equivalent of planting a flag. And the universe responds to declarations. Now here's what no one tells you. The more often you shift timelines, the more often you'll be asked to release something that doesn't fit the new one. A job, person, a thought form, comfort, a version of yourself you've secretly outgrown. This is the timeline tax. And next, you're going to learn exactly what it asks of you, and why paying it is the cost of staying aligned. You've witnessed the artifacts. You've seen reality warp to meet you. You've felt the timeline shift and echo and settle. And now you're inside a higher broadcast. But staying there? That costs something. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because frequency is exclusive. And higher timelines don't tolerate lower signals, not for long. Which means, if you want to remain in alignment with your next level life, there are things you cannot bring with you. Not everyone wants to hear this, but this is the truth. Every timeline has a tax, And if you're not willing to pay it, you will get pulled back. Let's define it clearly. A timeline tax is the energetic, emotional, or behavioral cost of maintaining coherence with a new frequency band. You've chosen a self that's clearer, calmer, bolder, truer. Now comes the invoice, and the universe will ask, will you give up the pattern that kept you small? Will you lose the relationship that reflected your old self? Will you release the thought loop that made you feel safe? Will you allow your nervous system to live unguarded? These are not tests, they're entrance requirements. Let's break down the most common taxes you'll be asked to pay. 1. The familiarity tax. This one asks, will you let go of what's known, even if it never served you? This could be a job that doesn't drain you too much, a partner who's not that bad, a mindset that used to protect you, a city, community, or habit that numbs just enough. These are not overtly toxic. They're just too small for where you're headed. And the tax is simple: comfort or growth. You don't get both. 2. The identity tax. This one asks, will you let the old version of you die, even if others liked them better? You may lose your relatable persona, your humble self-image, your caretaker role, your over-explainer patterns, your apologetic tone. These were masks. They bought safety, but they don't match your new timeline's architecture. And the cost of keeping them? Reality distortion, because your field can't broadcast truth while dragging an outdated self-image. So the tax is authenticity or approval. Pick one. 3. The guilt tax. This one shows up when you grow faster than your circle. You stabilize while others struggle. You release pain while others still cling to it. And suddenly, guilt creeps in. Who are you to succeed? Who are you to have ease? Who are you to feel good when the world feels bad? This tax is emotional, but it's still required. Because if you don't pay it, you'll self-sabotage quietly. The real question is alignment or belonging. Only one gets you to the next timeline. 4. The silence tax. Higher timelines often require fewer explanations, fewer justifications, fewer conversations that go in circles. You'll be asked to stay silent, not to withhold, but to protect your energy. And if you keep trying to drag people into understanding you, you pay in clarity, because noise scrambles the signal. So the choice becomes peace or constant proving. You already know the answer. Let's now walk through how to pay the tax without collapse. Step 1. Acknowledge the grief. Every elevation has grief inside it. You'll miss the old version of you. You'll miss how easy some things used to feel. You'll miss people who can't come with you. You'll miss the illusion of certainty. Feel that. Say, I can mourn what I'm leaving and still choose the future. Grief is not regression. It's confirmation. Step 2. Clarify what you're willing to pay. Every timeline shift asks for something. Ask yourself, what am I absolutely no longer available for? What am I willing to walk away from without closure? What can I release without resentment? Write it down. This is your payment ledger. Keep it clear. Step 3. Speak the new contract. Say, I release all that cannot survive in this next version of me. I accept the cost of being coherent. This is how you anchor new identity through language. And the field responds not to requests, but to declarations. You're not being punished. You're being purified. And the tax is not about loss. It's about making room for what was always yours, but had no place to land in a crowded, outdated field. Next, you'll do something even more powerful. Perform a guided activation to sever the old signal completely and remove every last trace of your previous timeline. For good. You've felt the pull. You've mapped the future. You've paid the tax. And now it's time to finish what you started. You're not just tweaking your mindset. You're not just trying something new. You are leaving an entire signal behind. The timeline you've lived, with its beliefs, habits, emotions, limitations, must now be burned. Not gently released. Not archived for future reference. Burned. Because if even a flicker of that old frequency remains in your field, it will find a way to reattach. And the old self does not give up easily. That's why this isn't symbolic. This is energetic war. Here's what you need to understand. Your old signal was made of rehearsed pain, adopted limits, emotional addictions, default decisions, people you outgrew, thoughts you inherited, habits that numbed you, and it broadcasted itself into your environment every single day. You lived it, you wore it, you fed it. Now, to sever it, you must neutralize every part of the code. This is not about hate. This is not about vengeance. This is about liberation. Let's walk into it now. Phase 1, the naming. Close your eyes. Say this out loud. I now name the identity that must be released. Then say the version of you out loud. Be specific. The version of me who begged for approval. The version of me who apologized for existing. The version of me who lived for survival, not creation. The version of me who mistrusted every good thing. The version of me who made self-doubt a religion. Name them, because what you don't name hides in your field. You are not here to mourn them. You are here to release them. Phase 2, the inventory. Now say, I call forward every residue of that identity. Pause. Let what rises, rise. You may see a memory, place, person, pattern, a physical sensation. Say each aloud. I release the moment I stopped trusting myself. I release the apartment where I stayed small. I release the voice that whispered I'm not enough. I release the posture of self-erasure. I release the guilt I wore as penance. Let it all rise. Let it feel heavy, because the weight is how you know it's leaving. Phase 3, the severance. Now place your hand on your chest. Say, all cords to the previous signal are now cut. I revoke permission for the old code to remain in my field. Then declare, I am no longer bound to the past. I am no longer host to outdated frequency. I am no longer loyal to pain. Take 3 breaths. With each, visualize strands of old energy snapping away from you. Feel the quiet that remains. This is the clean slate. Phase 4, the fire phrase. Speak these words slowly. Let this version of me burn. Let their thoughts dissolve. Let their fears disintegrate. Let their memory vanish. Let their hold disband. You are not destroying who you are. You are destroying who you're not anymore. Say, this version of me no longer exists in any reality I occupy. Pause. Breathe. Let silence confirm your choice. Phase 5, the signal rebirth. You must now claim the new. Say, into this space, I call the version of me who is signal-aligned, timeline-coherent, fully stabilized in power, peace, and purpose. Speak in present tense. I speak clearly. I walk calmly. I no longer carry what doesn't belong to my future. I broadcast truth with every breath. I am no longer retrievable by the past. Then say this once, out loud with force. It is done. Now be still. Let the field recalibrate. This is not metaphor. You have now severed an entire timeline. Not in theory, in frequency. And from this place, you're about to become magnetic to a very specific type of human. The ones who already match your new broadcast. That's next. You've cleared the residue. You've burned the code. You've declared your new signal. And now something new begins. Resonant people start to appear. They won't look the same. They won't speak the same. They won't require you to shrink, apologize, or translate your soul. These people recognize your field. Not because of what you say, but because of what you broadcast. Welcome to the timeline team. And make no mistake, they've been waiting. Here's the truth. Every timeline has its own ecosystem. And just like insects don't survive in high altitudes, low-frequency people can't stay long in high-frequency fields. It's not personal. It's physics. So once you stabilize in your next timeline, 3 things begin happening. Old connections fade without drama. New people appear often suddenly. You feel safer alone than with the wrong energy. You're not being antisocial. You're becoming frequency selective. And the field loves precision. Let's decode the traits of aligned souls. They speak in patterns that match your inner clarity. They don't flinch at your truth. They listen without fixing. They celebrate your evolution, even if it pulls you away. They are more interested in resonance than relatability. They've done their own inner work, and it shows in how calm their presence feels. These are not fantasy humans. They are timeline matches. But you don't find them by looking. You attract them by broadcasting clearly. Let's walk through how to lock this in. Step 1. Activate selective visibility. Not everyone can see you in your new signal, and that's a gift. So say, I am only visible to those who nourish my frequency. This is a permission revocation. Tells the field, I no longer allow old dynamics to reroute my timeline. Your energy becomes encrypted. Only aligned matches can decode it. Step 2. Stop explaining your energy. If you still feel the urge to explain why you don't engage in certain conversations, why you declined the invite, why you said no, why you feel different, you're leaking signal. Aligned people don't need your backstory. They recognize you by how you sit in silence. And they respond to how your presence feels, not what your words attempt to validate. So stop defending your frequency. It already speaks louder than your mouth ever could. Step 3. Match your boundaries to your timeline. You cannot bring old boundary patterns into new timelines. That includes tolerating energy drains just to be nice, making room for people who don't respect space, allowing guilt to override your no, keeping ties for nostalgia, not resonance. Boundaries aren't walls. They are signal protectors. And if your field is worth protecting, your boundaries must reflect that. Say, my field is sacred. My access points are few. My peace is not up for negotiation. That frequency clears your path faster than any conversation. Step 4. Make space for the new signal beings. Most people say, where are my people? I feel so disconnected. Why am I always alone on this journey? But they're not actually making room for aligned connections. They're still full of old obligations, energetic cords, half-faded friendships, one-sided loyalty loops. If your field is cluttered, new frequencies have nowhere to land. So write this. To receive the aligned, I release the expired. Be specific. Then do it. Make space. Now say this out loud. My timeline team is on the way. I recognize them without effort. They know me without proof. They walk with me without weight. This is not fantasy. This is magnetic math. The clearer your signal, the faster your allies appear. And when they do, don't question it. Don't test it. Don't compare it to the past. Just receive it. You are no longer trying to survive your reality. You are surrounded by those who help shape it. And next, we uncover how even time itself bends to your new frequency, and why everything now moves faster. Something strange is happening. Your days feel shorter. Ideas move quicker. You manifest in hours what used to take months. Opportunities appear before you even verbalize the desire. You look at the clock. It's been 3 hours, but it felt like 20 minutes, or it felt like an entire day. No, you're not going crazy. You're experiencing time dilation, and it's not an accident. It's a natural effect of a shifted timeline. Time is not a fixed river. It bends, stretches, contracts, speeds up, slows down, in direct response to your frequency bandwidth. When you lived in your old signal, time felt heavy. Days dragged. You waited. You pushed. You stalled. You felt like life was frozen in repetition. But now that you've moved, something fundamental has changed. You're not just living faster. You're processing reality differently. And your perception of time is now being filtered through the emotional signature of your new timeline. Let's break this down. What makes time feel fast in a higher timeline is not about how many tasks you do. It's about the frequency of your internal alignment. Here's what changes. You make quicker decisions, less doubt, more clarity. You feel lighter, less emotional drag. You get yes or no signals rapidly, no overprocessing. You no longer cycle old stories, mental loops vanish. You stop entertaining people or paths that stall you. You have more open loops closing in your favor. This creates a compression of time because there's less energetic clutter stretching it out. The result? Your day contains more transformation per hour, and that feels like acceleration. But it's more than just a feeling. Let's look at the 4 most common time dilation effects you'll notice now, and what they mean. 1. Microtime acceleration. You complete things in minutes that used to take hours. Example, a conversation resolves a decade-old issue in 10 minutes. You write a project outline in 1 sitting. You meet someone and feel like you've known them for years. Immediately, this isn't speed. This is coherence collapsing time. When energy isn't resisting itself, time stops dragging. 2. Expanded now moments. You've felt this. A single hour feels massive, like you've lived a full day inside of it. This usually happens when you're in full presence, meditating, creating, receiving, speaking from your highest self. The field expands. You're outside of thought. You're inside the eternal now, and time stretches to match your clarity. This is elevated embodiment. 3. Past-time disorientation. As you rise in frequency, your sense of the past begins to blur. You'll say things like, "That feels like a different lifetime. I can't relate to who I was 6 months ago. That story feels like it happened to someone else." This isn't dissociation. This is timeline separation. Your memory isn't broken. It's just no longer emotionally anchored to those events. Time collapses between who you were and who you now are. 4. Future time compression. You begin sensing faster manifestation, conversations that seem to pre-answer questions, solutions arriving before the problem is fully formed, intuitive decisions proving instantly correct. This is the field returning results in real time. It no longer waits for you to catch up, because you're now acting from a signal that matches the speed of intention. And the faster your choices align with your frequency, the quicker the timeline adjusts to reward them. So how do you master this? How do you use time dilation instead of being thrown off by it? Here's how. Step 1. Calibrate your nervous system for acceleration. When time speeds up, many people unconsciously rush, panic, overschedule, collapse into old stress cycles. Why? Because their nervous system still expects slowness, and fast outcomes feel unsafe. You must now retrain your body to feel relaxed inside velocity. Say aloud, "It's safe for things to happen quickly. I receive results at the speed of my signal." Let your calm match your acceleration. This is timeline mastery. Step 2. End time-based expectations. Stop saying, "It'll probably take a while. These things need time. I just have to be patient." That timeline is gone. You're now on a different wavelength, one where outcomes are tied to frequency, not the calendar. Instead, speak. "This aligns the moment I align." It's not about delay. It's about precision. Step 3. Treat time as elastic. Start organizing your life based on signal moments, not 24-hour blocks. Ask, when is my energy sharpest? What time of day does clarity visit me? What environments speed up my creativity? Who slows my energy down? And who amplifies it? Then build your day around acceleration points. Let your time follow your frequency, not your schedule. Step 4. Expand time with stillness. The secret to more time? Enter the now. When your mind isn't looping, your field stops fracturing, and time stretches. So pause more often. Do one thing fully. Speak slower. Walk slower. Write with presence. The paradox? You'll get more done. Because presence makes time expand to match your clarity. You are not inside time anymore. You are inside frequency, and time is responding to you. Next, we prepare you for the emotional resistance others will throw your way once your acceleration becomes impossible to ignore. Your life has changed. Your pace has quickened. Your frequency is higher. And your reality is clearly different. You've shifted. And now they notice. The friend who used to understand you now sounds passive-aggressive. The family member who once supported you now mocks your clarity. The partner who claimed to love your ambition suddenly feels distant. First, you'll be confused. Then, if you're not careful, you'll feel guilty. Don't. This is timeline envy. And it's not about you. It's about their signal, suddenly crashing against yours. Here's what most people don't realize. Your alignment triggers every person still living inside a self they haven't claimed. Your upgrades highlight their stagnation, their excuses, their delay, their betrayals of self, their unlived potential. And when someone sees your new timeline, they are faced with one of two choices: rise to match your signal, tear it down to feel better. If they're not ready to rise, they'll choose option 2, and you must not take it personally. Let's examine the most common forms timeline envy takes so you recognize it instantly. 1. Passive resistance. These are the subtle ones. You've changed, with a tone. Must be nice to have everything go your way. You've just been lucky lately. I liked you better when you were more grounded. Don't forget where you came from. They're not attacking you. They're attempting to pull you back. Why? Because your presence no longer validates their stagnation. 2. Emotional withdrawal. This one hurts more. They stop replying. They stop inviting. They stop asking how you are. Your wins are met with silence. Your joy is met with blank stares. They've silently decided, if I can't match it, I'll disconnect from it. They don't hate you. They hate the part of themselves your growth confronts. 3. Direct sabotage. This one is rare but clear. They begin undermining your confidence, offering advice that contradicts your clarity, pressuring you into old dynamics, making you question your path. They're not evil. They're in timeline panic. They feel your departure as abandonment, even if you never left. So how do you respond? How do you stay kind but grounded, compassionate but untouchable? Here's the protocol. Step 1. Remove the need to be understood. If someone is in a lower frequency, they literally cannot comprehend your clarity. It will sound like arrogance, delusion, rebellion, betrayal. Don't try to explain it to them. Say to yourself, my alignment is not a group decision. It's a private agreement with my future. And keep walking. Step 2. Honor the timeline you're on. Stop apologizing for your growth. Stop toning it down. Stop shrinking for comfort. Say, I earned this signal. I cleaned this field. I aligned with precision. This is not arrogance. This is frequency. Anyone who tries to make you feel guilty for that, they're not your team. And that's okay. Step 3. Allow others to leave. Not everyone is meant to join your next level. And if they exit, let them. Say aloud, I release those who can't match my timeline. I do not carry the weight of their discomfort. I trust the field to bring me what reflects my current truth. This is not cruelty. It's signal stewardship. You are no longer a reflection of the past. You are a broadcast of the possible. Some will rise to meet it. Some will recoil. Let them choose. Your only task now is to remain untouchable. And next, we unlock the truth of timeline sovereignty and how to live without ever asking for permission again. There's a line you cross where you no longer check if others are okay with who you're becoming. You don't wait to be invited. You don't wait to be understood. You don't wait for agreement. You simply become. That's called timeline sovereignty. And once it's activated, everything changes. Timeline sovereignty means this: you're no longer subject to the opinions of people who haven't earned access to your field, the expectations you were handed instead of chose, the pace others move at, the cultural signals telling you what's realistic, the inner critic trying to keep you from growing too fast. It means you decide who you are, you broadcast that without apology, and you remain emotionally immune to interference. This isn't detachment, it's authority. And the most powerful part? No one can give it to you. You take it. Let's be clear. When you're not sovereign, your growth comes with guilt. You filter your evolution through What will they think? Will this make others uncomfortable? Do I deserve to grow this quickly? Maybe I should wait until things settle down. But there's a cost to that. Timeline leakage. Every time you ask for permission, spoken or unspoken, you fracture your field. You tell the universe, I want this reality, but only if it doesn't upset anyone. And the universe answers, then you're not ready for it. To become timeline sovereign is to choose without consensus, walk without reassurance, rise without needing company, celebrate without approval, detach from the need to explain yourself. This is not ego. It's energetic truth, because your future does not consult your past before revealing itself. So why are you? Let's walk through how to reclaim full sovereignty and make sure you never give it away again. Step 1. Identify where you're still asking for permission. Scan your life. Where are you shrinking, hesitating, or waiting? Before you speak your truth. Before you say no. Before you say yes. Before you change your mind. Before you step into something new. Write these down. Name the people you're still mentally checking with. Then say aloud, I do not require their agreement. I am qualified to decide my future. This isn't about rebellion. It's about reclaiming authorship. Step 2. Install an internal validation loop. Right now, you may be validating your choices like this. I'll wait and see how people react. If they support it, I'll move forward. If it doesn't trigger anyone, I know it's right. But sovereignty doesn't wait for feedback. It creates internal confirmation. Try this instead. This feels electric. I move now. This aligns with my highest signal. That's enough. If it's too much for others, that's data, not a warning. This builds emotional immunity. You stop looking for green lights outside of you, because your clarity is the green light. Step 3. Speak without dilution. Every time you water down your truth, you drain your field. Examples: saying just an idea before sharing your brilliance. Adding maybe this sounds crazy to your vision. Asking, do you get what I mean? After every insight. Laughing off your power to make it more digestible. This is subtle submission. Reverse it. Start saying, here's what's true for me. This is what I'm claiming. This is the signal I now walk with. Let your words be exact. Let your tone be unapologetic. Because timelines shift for the brave, not the polite. Step 4. Exit emotional contracts that keep you small. Many of the people around you are not waiting for you to evolve. They're waiting for you to stay predictable. Even if they say they support you. Even if they smile when you succeed. Energetically, they've signed an invisible agreement. As long as you don't grow too fast, I'll stay comfortable. Break that. Say, I rescind all energetic contracts that demand I stay small for someone else's safety. My only loyalty is to my alignment. Let the old bonds snap. Freedom follows. You were not born to live by committee. You were not designed to poll your soul. You are your own authority. And the moment you stop asking, reality starts answering. Next, we move beyond waiting for signs or manifestation. Because now you're not asking for things to happen. You're broadcasting energy first and watching form follow. Up until now, you may have lived inside the paradigm of manifestation. It looked like, what do I want? How do I get it? What tool, vision board, affirmation, or technique can bring it faster? And maybe it worked, but only sometimes, only partially, and only if your energy was already aligned. You weren't failing. You were using the wrong frame, because manifestation is not the highest form of creation. Frequency is, and the next level isn't asking, attracting, or scripting. It's living from the energy before the form ever shows up. Let's be clear. Manifestation says, I will visualize and feel as if I have it, so it comes. Frequency says, I am it, so it shows up to match me. The difference? Manifestation often still centers lack. You desire something you don't yet have, so you try to trick your nervous system into believing it. Frequency bypasses the trickery. It says, I don't need the form to feel the field. And because of that, the field brings the form on schedule. This is not semantics. This is a complete recalibration of how you decide, how you behave, how you respond, how you design your day, how you filter input, how you calibrate your signal. And most importantly, it's about trusting that the form you're trying to get only shows up once you don't need it to feel the truth of it. Let's walk through the major upgrades between manifestation thinking and frequency living. 1. Desire embodiment. Old way, I want this. New way, I am this. Desire creates separation. Embodiment creates union. Say, I don't desire the future. I walk in it. 2. Visualizing remembering. Old way, I'm trying to imagine it. New way, I'm accessing a memory from a parallel timeline. When you visualize as if it's fiction, your subconscious knows you're faking it. When you treat it like memory, your field responds as if it already happened. Say, this already exists. I'm just syncing to it. 3. Hoping broadcasting. Old way, I hope it finds me. New way, I send out the signal of what I've already chosen. You're not waiting, you're emitting. Say, my field is broadcasting completion. Life is catching up. 4. Waiting matching. Old way, it will come when the time is right. New way, it arrives when I match it. This removes time-based illusion. Say, form is a mirror, not a gatekeeper. 5. External metrics, internal coherence. Old way, it's working if the results are visible. New way, it's working if I feel the resonance in my field, no matter what's visible yet. Trust the signal, not the symptoms. Say, I tune my frequency. Reality reflects it when it's stable. So how do you live this way? Let's make it practical. Step 1. Start your day with frequency, not to-do lists. Before your phone, before your inbox, before your goals. Ask, what am I broadcasting today? What's the energy signature I will wear? No matter what occurs. How will I behave as the version of me who already has it? Let this guide your first 20 minutes. Frequency before form. Always. Step 2. Refuse to let external reality be the proof. Reality is delayed evidence. If you look to it for validation before you stabilize in energy, you'll oscillate. Say, even when it's invisible, I'm still tuned in. Feel the signal first. The proof arrives after. Step 3. Speak from the future self. Talk like the version of you who already lives there. I always attract aligned clients. My creativity flows effortlessly. Everything that arrives is precisely timed. I feel safe in expansion. Say it until your body stops flinching, until your cells start listening. This isn't delusion, it's recalibration. Step 4. Let form be a bonus, not a requirement. You are not chasing form. You are expressing energy. And when energy becomes consistent, form can't help but arrive. But even when it doesn't, you're still complete. Say, I don't wait to feel it. I choose to live it. That's the power position. That's the frequency frame. You no longer live in the land of wishful thinking. You live in the field of energetic authorship. And next, we lock this in through the daily habits and rituals that protect your frequency, amplify your broadcast, and anchor your future self in real time. You've aligned. You've cleared. You've broadcasted. You've remembered. Now comes the most underappreciated truth in frequency-based living. Greatness isn't a moment. It's a habit. And if you don't turn your energetic signal into daily structure, your timeline will begin to wobble. Not because you're wrong, not because you failed, but because all frequency, if not anchored, disperses. Here's what most people misunderstand. A massive internal shift feels euphoric. A breakthrough feels electric. A clarity spike feels divine. But if you wake up the next day and check your phone first, rush into reactive energy, say yes to things you don't mean, forget to tune your field, start managing instead of broadcasting, then the signal collapses. Not because it wasn't real, but because it wasn't stabilized. This is what we fix now. You're going to install anchor rituals, small, repeatable actions that lock in the frequency of your future self so it becomes your normal. Let's break this into two key domains. Internal, your energy, clarity, language, and nervous system. External, your space, movement, and behavior in the physical world. Both must support your frequency, or your field will begin to split. Let's begin. Morning anchors, win the signal before the world touches you. Your future self doesn't wake up and scroll. They rise already aligned. Here's how you match that. 1. Frequency question immediately upon waking. Ask aloud, what signal do I choose to carry today? No matter what happens. Declare one word: clarity, sovereignty, calm, expansion, precision. This becomes your inner weather. Set it before the world installs its own forecast. 2. 3-minute stillness audit. Sit, eyes closed. No technique. Just observe. What's buzzing? What feels misaligned already? What's asking to be released? This is not for fixing, it's for signal awareness. You can't tune what you don't detect. 3. Speak the field command. Aloud. Today, I move as the version of me who already lives the future I've chosen. All action aligns with my broadcast. All choices anchor my field. Say it. Own it. Start your day from embodied authorship, not reactivity. Physical anchors move like you're already there. Your body is not just a shell. It's the projector of your frequency. So start treating it like one. 1. Move with signature energy. Each morning, ask, what is the dominant signal my body must express today? Then move intentionally. Precision equals slow, clean movements. Expansion equals big gestures, stretching. Power equals upright spine, deep breath. Calm equals fluid transitions, still pauses. This tells your field, we're walking in congruence. Update reality accordingly. 2. Design your space as a mirror of your timeline. Look around. Does your home reflect the self you've become? Ask, would my future self allow this clutter? Would they decorate like this? Does this space confirm who I'm becoming or contradict it? Clean. Upgrade. Remove. Your physical surroundings are frequency anchors. Design with intent. Communication anchors. Speak like reality is already yours. Every word you say either stabilizes your timeline or fractures it. 1. Eliminate language that signals doubt. Stop saying, hopefully, we'll see, fingers crossed, it might work. These broadcast hesitation into the field. Replace with, it's already aligning. It's moving in precision. This matches my signal. Of course it's happening. Neutral confidence is magnetic. 2. Correct your field in real time. If you speak out of alignment, don't spiral. Pause. Say, cancel that. I choose coherence. Then speak again, cleaner. The field listens. So should you. Night anchors signal closure and reset. Don't fall asleep scattered. That's how timelines fray overnight. 1. Timeline review, final hour before bed. Ask, where did I match my frequency today? Where did I fracture it? What did I do that my future self would thank me for? This isn't for judgment. It's for realignment. 2. Future memory activation. Before sleep, say, I am being guided, upgraded, and realigned in my rest. My timeline is stabilizing through my surrender. Then visualize one clear scene from your chosen future. Not as hope, but as a recollection. Let your subconscious code it in. You don't become your future self once. You become them daily in action, tone, presence, and pattern. These are not chores. They are frequency anchors. And once you've mastered anchoring, the truth becomes clear. You're not becoming someone new. You're remembering someone ancient, and they've been guiding you the whole time. That's next. You've been trying to get somewhere, reach something, become someone, and yet, there have been moments, brief ones, silent ones, where you felt like you already were them. You've glimpsed it in a conversation where truth flowed so clearly, it startled you. A moment alone where peace didn't have to be earned. A flash of inner knowing that bypassed logic. A memory that didn't feel like yours, but resonated deeply. These weren't anomalies. They were contact points. Because the future you, the one you keep working toward, already exists. Not as an idea, not as a dream, as a frequency being, vibrating right now on a timeline where everything you desire has already stabilized. And they're reaching back. Let's get something clear. This is not fantasy. This is physics. In the quantum field, every version of you that ever existed and ever could exist already does. You are not waiting to become them. You are tuning to their signal. And they are sending messages constantly. Hunches that feel too specific. Gut feelings you can't explain. Dreams that show you a different life. Ideas that arrive fully formed. Coincidences too precise to ignore. These aren't random. They're breadcrumbs. Left by a version of you who knows how this ends, and is calling you into alignment. Let's decode how this works. The you in another now. Think of time not as a line but a frequency stack. Every possible version of you exists simultaneously on different wavelengths. Your job is not to build your dream life. Your job is to synchronize with the you who already lives it. This version feels no panic, is not looking for proof, does not beg life to make sense, walks with clarity because it's encoded, isn't searching, just living. And every moment you act in resonance with them, you collapse the distance. Not in years, in energy. The signal is already in you. Ever said, "It just came to me. I don't know how I knew. I just did. That felt like I've done it before. This feels so me, even though it's new." That's the timeline paradox. You're tapping into something that hasn't happened here, but already happened somewhere else. And your body recognizes the frequency. Why? Because it's you. Just not the version you've been living. Let's now access this future you in real time. Step 1. Define their signature. Ask, what does this version of me feel like? How do they walk, breathe, decide? What do they never entertain? What conversations are beneath them? What environments do they never re-enter? Write it, see it, feel it. This is your tuning fork. Step 2. Identify contact moments. Look back at your life. Ask, when did I feel like that version? What was I doing? Wearing? Thinking? Who was I around? These are timeline overlaps. Replay them. Meditate on them. Revisit the energy. You are creating bridges. Step 3. Ask them for guidance, then listen immediately. Say aloud, future me. Show me what you already know. Then go quiet. What thought pops in? What word? What memory? What inner nudge? Don't second guess it. That's not imagination. That's cross-timeline communication. Start treating it like a trusted mentor, not a fleeting thought. Step 4. Follow one instruction per day. Each morning, ask, what would the highest version of me do with this exact moment? Then do that one thing. Could be saying no, saying yes, walking differently, deleting something, resting deeper, sending a message, sitting in silence longer. Do one act per day that your future self has already mastered. That one act tunes the dial, and the next will come faster. You are not hoping to meet them. You're already being guided by them. And the more you act like it's true, the more they flood your awareness with evidence. And soon, there will be no gap between the you were trying to become and the you now embody. Next, you'll learn how to live inside the flow of synchronicity itself, where life stops being planned and starts being perfectly timed. You've calibrated your signal. You've remembered the future. You've anchored the version of you already living your highest path. And now, something extraordinary begins to happen. Synchronicity. Everywhere. Right people. Right place. Right phrase. Right timing. Answers before questions. Events that seem orchestrated. Delays that turn into blessings. Surprises you didn't ask for but needed. This isn't luck. It isn't random. It's timeline fusion. And it's a clear signal you've entered the slipstream. The slipstream is the flow state of your chosen reality. It's the lane where resistance dissolves and coherence accelerates. But here's what most never realize. Synchronicity doesn't come from passively trusting the universe. It comes from alignment so sharp that time and space bend to accommodate you. When you stabilize in this field, you stop chasing clarity. You are clarity. You stop looking for signs. You are the sign. And life, no longer reacting to your energy, begins to orchestrate around it. Let's understand what's really happening here. What is timeline fusion? It's the merging of multiple aligned possibilities into a singular accelerated stream. Think of your life as a river with many tributaries. Every aligned choice, every yes that matched your signal, starts collapsing timelines into one coherent thread. You stop oscillating. You stop delaying. You stop energetically contradicting yourself. The result? The universe no longer has to figure you out. So it gives you everything that matches. Fast. This is why synchronicity appears. Not because something magical happened out there, but because you finally stopped broadcasting two frequencies at once. Let's now identify how to know you're in the slipstream and how to stay there. 1. You notice nonlinear timing. You stop experiencing time as before. You think about someone and they message you. You consider quitting something, and an alternative appears. You delay a decision, only to watch it resolve itself. This is timeline feedback, saying, you're walking in a field where reality responds before logic can catch up. 2. Resistance vanishes, but only for what's true. Don't mistake this for everything becoming easy. No, only what's aligned becomes frictionless. You'll notice, projects with clear signals feel effortless. Conversations that once triggered you no longer register. Misaligned efforts hit static walls instantly. The field isn't just rewarding you. It's filtering in real time. Only coherence survives here. 3. People start describing you using your chosen signal. This is wild. People around you start saying things like, you always seem so calm. You're magnetic lately. You're on fire right now. They're reflecting your frequency back, without you saying a word. This is reality confirming. The field is now fused. Keep walking. Let's stay here. How to maintain slipstream frequency. 1. Make zero decisions from panic. Panic fractures timelines instantly. Even if it's small, a rush text, an insecure post, a reactive yes, it sends static into your field. In the slipstream, stillness is faster than speed. Say, I only act from signal, not from pressure. Then wait for clarity. It always arrives. 2. Follow the spark, not the sequence. Slipstream logic is nonlinear. The thing that makes no sense but feels electric, follow that. The boring, sensible plan? If it feels dead, drop it. This field rewards bold coherence, not predictability. Say, I follow the thread of energy, not the list of obligations. Let your soul guide your calendar. 3. Stop justifying your jumps. You'll start changing fast, and others will be confused. Don't explain your alignment. Don't translate your intuition. Don't narrate your glow-up. Let reality speak for you. Your life will prove the shift more than any sentence ever could. Say, the version of me I'm becoming doesn't wait for consensus. Move accordingly. 4. Protect your signal like oxygen. Once you're in the slipstream, protect your field ruthlessly. That means, say no to meetings that dull your edge. Skip conversations that repeat the past. Exit rooms that require shrinking. Block anything that makes you second-guess your knowing. Your life is speeding up. Don't let low frequency drag you back to linear time. You're now surfing a current that bends probability. Let it carry you. And next, you'll learn how to do what only the masters of reality do. Hack the simulation itself. Rewrite the code. Break the rules. For real. Reality is programmable. But almost no one knows this. They think it's rigid. They think it's external. They think it's reacting to the real world. But the real world isn't real in the way you think. It's a coded simulation responding to your beliefs, identity, emotional signal, repetition, narratives, choices. And when you understand this, you stop reacting. You start hacking. Let's be clear. This isn't about science fiction. This is about observable pattern disruption in real life. Hacking the simulation means identifying where reality is repeating and interrupting the script with signal. You are not here to suffer loops. You are here to glitch them on purpose. And when you do, the simulation responds like code being rewritten live. Let's do it. Step 1. Detect the code loop. Every simulation has default loops. Examples: the same argument with different people. Money arriving and disappearing in predictable cycles. Almost success, then collapse. Confidence, chaos, self-blame, start over. Meeting a new person who somehow feels like the last one. These are not personal flaws. They're repeating code patterns. Ask, where does my life repeat even when I try to change? What keeps happening? No matter how much work I do. That's a loop. We're about to break it. Step 2. Create a signal interruption. You break loops by acting opposite to the code. Examples: always say yes, say no. Always panic, stay still. Always explain yourself, say less. Always wait for permission, move without asking. This is not about rebellion. This is about reprogramming the simulation's expectations. Say, this action breaks the loop. I am no longer predictable to the pattern. Watch what happens. The simulation scrambles. It no longer knows how to respond, because your signal no longer matches the past. You've hacked the script. Step 3. Rewrite the loop with precision. Now install a new instruction. Example: old, when I feel doubt, I shut down. New, when I feel doubt, I shift into deliberate embodiment. Old, when it starts working, I sabotage it. New, when it starts working, I double my presence. Old, I attract chaos before peace. New, I stabilize peace so deeply that chaos can't access me. Say, I am recoding this part of my life now. This new instruction is live. Act from it. Watch how quickly the simulation adjusts. You'll see new opportunities where there used to be dead ends. Old dynamics stop responding to your energy. People treat you differently without knowing why. Outcomes bend faster because your code changed first. This isn't luck. It's live debugging. Step 4. Disrupt external confirmation addiction. You were trained to think, if it shows up, I'll believe it's real. If they respond differently, I'll feel worthy. If the opportunity arrives, I'll feel chosen. That's backward. The simulation responds to belief-first behavior, not behavior that waits for evidence. Say, I no longer require external proof to stabilize my new reality. Then behave as if it's already true. Because the simulation checks. Do they believe this enough to experience it? If yes, it renders the outcome. If no, it loops. You choose. Step 5. Install new glitches intentionally. Want to jump ahead? Insert impossible behaviors on purpose. Leave before you're mistreated. Say no to the best offer because it's not the right offer. Pause when everyone says rush. Rest when your conditioning says grind. Raise your rates before you feel ready. Detach from outcomes you've always clung to. These are glitches. They bend the code. And the simulation must adapt to your updated signal. Say, this decision is not for validation. It's for evolution. That's how you win. You've just become the author of the Matrix. And there's only one thing left to do now. Complete the shift. Seal the truth. Lock in the final broadcast. You were never off path. You were just tuning wrong. Let's end this transmission with full frequency sovereignty. Pause. Breathe. This moment is not an end. It's a broadcast checkpoint. A still frame in the signal you've been learning to master step by step, thread by thread, frequency by frequency. You are no longer searching. You're not waiting. You're not trying to find the path. Because here's the ultimate reveal. You were never off path. You were never behind. You were never broken. You were just tuned slightly off. And the moment you adjusted your internal dial, everything began to return. Not from outside. Not from a savior. Not from a book or a method or a timeline guru. But from the only source that ever mattered. The version of you who always knew. Let's bring it all together. You began with a suspicion that maybe the life you were living wasn't fully yours. That the people, the pace, the patterns, all felt slightly off. You sensed that you were operating inside a script written by survival, repetition, conditioning, not authorship. Then came the revelation. You were broadcasting a frequency mismatch. And the field wasn't failing you. It was perfectly responding to the false signal. That mismatch wasn't your fault. It was installed through childhood imprints, societal signals, unprocessed fear, emotional reflex, identity roles designed for belonging, not truth. But now you've corrected the distortion. You've brought your subconscious into coherence. You've stabilized your signal. You've remembered what it feels like to live from your original frequency. And more importantly, you've stopped asking life to give you something different while broadcasting the same. Let's reflect on what you've reclaimed. Timeline awareness. You now understand that multiple versions of your life exist simultaneously, and that you're not bound to the one you woke up in. Field authorship. You've stopped treating reality as something you react to. You now program it. Emotional honesty. You've removed the mask of false positivity and tuned into truth, even when it's inconvenient. Code disruption. You've broken patterns, loops, and emotional contracts that were never yours to carry. Future merging. You've learned how to act from the version of you who has already arrived, not the one who's still negotiating for worth. Frequency first. You no longer wait for the form. You calibrate the signal and let reality catch up. And now, you're not tuning to the wrong timeline anymore. You're not tuning at all. You've become the frequency. Here's what's next. Not a step, not a plan, not another method. Just this. Protect the signal. That's your entire job now. Protect your alignment more than your opinions. Protect your peace more than your relevance. Protect your joy more than your productivity. Protect your clarity more than your need to explain it. You do not owe access to people who only knew the previous version of you. You do not owe context to those who are still decoding their own broadcast. You do not owe softness in places that demand you dull your light to be received. You owe alignment to yourself. That's it. And when alignment is the priority, everything else becomes obvious. Let this transmission seal in your nervous system. Let it vibrate through your subconscious field. Let it overwrite every trace of doubt that whispers, "You're not ready. You're not there yet. You need more time." No, you are already tuned. And your job isn't to prove it. Your job is to live it loudly. To walk through your life as a stabilized broadcast of truth. Not to convince. Not to inspire. But simply because that's who you are without distortion. Let's speak it clean. I am no longer outsourcing my alignment. I do not need external validation to remain on signal. I trust my clarity more than I trust logic. I walk as the version of me who already lives my highest timeline. I do not return to broken loops out of nostalgia or guilt. I move forward because alignment demands it, not because circumstances invite it. I live in frequency first, form later. I remember. I broadcast. I become. This is my natural signal. I am home in it. There's nothing more to unlock. There's only practice. Every moment from now on becomes a mirror. Will you repeat or realign? Will you dim or radiate? Will you delay or decide? Will you fracture or fuse? Because here's the real secret. Reality isn't lagging. You are the update. And it's not coming tomorrow. It's available now, the second you stop pretending it isn't. This series was never about giving you information. It was about giving you remembrance. A guided return to what you've always felt. That there's more. That you are more. That the static reality isn't permanent. It's programmable. And that the signal you've begun to carry is changing everything. So let this be the final override. No more false timelines. No more misalignments labeled normal. No more shrinking to match frequencies that never matched you. You have a new field, a new current, a new stream, and it flows where you point it, now that you no longer contradict it. Final command to the field. Lock in. Full coherence. No reversal. Say it, mean it, live from it, and never forget, you were never off path. You were just tuning in. And now you're exactly where you were always meant to be. Signal clear. Transmission complete.